Chapter 24:19. You dare to make a fool of yourself with such petty tricks. Yarojua sneered as he grabbed the bead in his hand and gripped it hard, his face full of mockery and ridicule. But in the next moment, his face changed drastically as an extremely terrifying power suddenly erupted from his palm. This power was so strong that even a second-order Emperor Realm Master like him couldn't keep his guard up. Emperor Authority Bead. Yarojua was someone who had seen the world and immediately understood that the bead that Yang Kai threw out wasn't an ordinary bead, but an Emperor Authority bead. A bone-chilling cold suddenly enveloped Yarojua, causing him to shiver all over and his hands and feet to turn cold. Immediately after, a violent energy fluctuation appeared and a beautiful phantom suddenly appeared in front of Yarojua. The moment this phantom appeared, all the masters of Iceheart Valley were dumbfounded. Pairs of beautiful eyes stared at the phantom as their tender bodies trembled violently. Master! And Ruo Yun's attack had already lost all strength. She could only stare blankly at the figure and face that she had missed for 3,000 years. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't suppress her excitement. Sun Yun Xiu, Zhong Sun Ying, and the others all reacted the same way, their Emperor Realm auras collapsing as they descended from the sky and stared at the illusory figure, calling out honored master one after another. Bing Yun. Yarojua looked as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight as he stared at the phantom with a pale face. He had dealt with Bing Yun in the past, so he naturally recognized that this was Bing Yun's phantom at a glance. This meant that the Emperor Authority bead was condensed by Bing Yun. A low moan suddenly sounded. Although it was soft, it spread throughout Iceheart Valley. Everyone's mind was shaken. Ice Snow Pear Blossom Sword. Accompanied by a low chant, a pure white sword made of pure energy suddenly appeared in the phantom's hand. The long sword trembled and shot towards Yarojua's vitals like a dragon. Yarojua turned pale with fright and let out a low roar. A halberd had already appeared in his hand. As he brandished it, he activated all of his strength to defend himself. A series of clanging sounds rang out as the Emperor's might collided and filled the air. The Emperor's will sputtered in the void as the worldly precepts shattered. In less than 10 breaths of time, Yarojua suddenly retreated, gasping for breath. Bing Yun's phantom also retracted her sword and stood there. She turned her head as if she had a mind of her own and looked at Ruo Yun, Sun Yun Xiu, and the others. Then, she suddenly collapsed and turned into specks of light before disappearing without a trace. Yang Kai's eyes widened, his face filled with astonishment. He had used the epitome monarch bead once before. However, when he used the flowing time Great Emperor's Emperor Authority bead, his aura was magnificent. The power of the 4 seasons permeated the air, allowing him to comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao under the principles of time, allowing him to break through to the third-order Tao source realm. Compared to the last time, it was like a little wizard meeting a great wizard. Even though Bing Yun's sword aura was impressive, her sword intent was sky-piercing, and her divine ability was also extraordinary. No matter how one looked at it, it was still incomparable to the flowing time Emperor's monarch authority bead. Moreover, it only lasted for 10 breaths of time before disappearing. Was this the difference between ordinary people in the Emperor realm and great emperors? However, when they condensed the Emperor authority bead, both of them were third-order Emperor realm masters. Logically speaking, the power of their beads should be about the same. Yang Kai looked around. Even though Yarojua was in a sorry state, he didn't show any signs of injury. What was going on? Just as Yang Kai was feeling suspicious, Yarojua's face suddenly paled and he let out a muffled groan. Then, pear-shaped ice flowers appeared all over his body. The pear flowers were as white as snow and decorated Yarojua's shoulders, waist, arms, and between his legs. It looked as if Yarojua had picked many pear flowers and inserted them into his body. It was very lifelike. When these pear flowers appeared, Yarojua felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. His whole body trembled violently and his lips turned purple from the cold. Martial uncle. Feng Shi turned pale with fright and shouted in panic. Yarojua was so cold that he couldn't say a word. His entire body was surrounded by ice principles. After a long while, he suddenly let out a roar and used his Emperor Qi to shatter the ice flowers covering his body, restoring him to his normal state. However, His aura had already fallen to rock bottom and he looked extremely weak. As soon as he opened his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of blood. It was obvious that he had suffered serious injuries. Feng Shi hurried forward to support him. Valley Master and elder son, is this how your Ice Heart Valley treats its guests? Yarou Zhuo forced himself to stay awake and gritted his teeth as he asked An Ruo Yun and Sun Yun Xiu. An Ruo Yun frowned and said coldly, if you really are a guest, my Ice Heart Valley will not neglect you. In other words, Yarou Zhuo and Feng Shi were not guests of Ice Heart Valley. When Yarou Zhuo heard this, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood again. Gritting his teeth, he said, in 2 days, Shi and your noble sect's disciple Zi Yu will be married. Our 2 families will also be married. Valley Master An, how can you be so unreasonable? Zi Yu is this queen's disciple. Without this queen's permission, she will not marry anyone. An Ruo Yun coldly snorted. Yarou Zhuo was stunned. He had never seen such a strong side of An Ruo Yun. In his impression, this woman was docile and could even be described as weak, but today, it was as if she had become a completely different person. Yarou Zhuo naturally knew why she had such a change. Obviously, it was because of Bing Yun's news. He sneered in his heart, secretly feeling shame for this woman to take such a strong attitude just because she had a backer. He sneered and said, this matter was personally agreed to by your noble sect's great elder. We are also the great sects of Guangzhou Northern Territory. How can Valley Master and deny it? If word of this spreads, I'm afraid all the great forces will laugh at your Ice Heart Valley for going back on your word. Sun Yun Xiu took a step forward and said coldly, I did agree before, but I am now going back on my word. The marriage between Zi Yu and young sect master is cancelled. This queen will bear all the responsibility. Yarou Zhuo was stunned. He felt his brain buzzing. His finger pointed at Sun Yun Xiu and trembled. He couldn't say anything for a long time. Obviously, he was very angry. He didn't expect that Sun Yun Xiu would go back on her words. Ice Heart Valley didn't care about the loss of reputation, but Seeking Passion sect couldn't. If they couldn't get married in 2 days, they would become a laughingstock in the entire Northern Territory. Hearing this, Feng Shi's expression turned angry and he shouted, Elder son, you can't go back on your word like this. A man's words carry enormous weight. How can you break your promise like this? Sun Yun Xiu looked at him with a strange expression and said lightly, how can you tell that this queen is a real man? This queen is a woman. Feng Shi was speechless. Just now, he had been so angry that he didn't choose his words carefully. As soon as he said them, he knew they were wrong, but he couldn't take them back. He could only grit his teeth and say, all right, this young master understands everyone's attitude. 2 days later, my father will come in person. I hope that everyone's explanation will satisfy him. Saying so, she shot a resentful glare towards Yang Kai before helping Yarou Zhuo out of the room. Since things had turned out this way, he and Yarou Zhuo didn't have the face to continue staying in Ice Heart Valley as guests, so they could only leave. When the Ice Heart Valley girls heard that Seeking Passion sect's sect master would come in person in 2 days, their faces changed. Obviously, they were extremely afraid of this sect master. Yang Kai's face was cold as he looked at Feng Shi and Yarou Zhuo, murderous intent surging in his heart. If he hadn't used the Emperor Authority bead given to him by Bing Yun at the critical moment, he would have lost a layer of skin even if he didn't die. He had wasted an Emperor Authority bead just like that. How could he be willing to let these 2 leave safely? They had to pay a price, right? So, before the 2 could turn around, Yang Kai shouted, you want to leave? You're too naive. Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. The Ice Heart Valley girls didn't seem to realize how audacious Yang Kai was until this moment. Today's matter had reached this point, and it was best to end it like this. But Yang Kai didn't seem to want to let this matter go. How could he, a 3rd-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, dare to challenge a 2nd-order Emperor Realm master like this? Could it be that he had more than one Emperor Authority bead? But even if he did, he couldn't summon it in his current state. Yarou Zhuo and Feng Shi didn't know what Yang Kai was doing, so they stopped in their tracks when they heard this. Feng Shi's eyes were spewing fire as he looked like he wanted to skin Yang Kai alive. Yarou Zhuo coldly snorted and said, today, we lost. Boy, what else do you want? Yang Kai sneered and said, Vice Sect Master, why are you being so aggressive? Do you want to eat me alive? Just now, Vice Sect Master shamelessly bullied the weak and attacked this young master. This young master was scared half to death. Even now, my soul still hasn't returned to its original place. I don't know where it's drifting to. In the future, I'm afraid that my 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls won't be able to complete. Vice Sect Master caused such an indelible wound to this young master. Don't you have anything to say? Huala. All the girls from Ice Heart Valley fainted as they looked at Yang Kai with strange expressions. What scared him half to death? What soul not returning? What indelible wounds? All of this was clearly nonsense. When Yarojua attacked Yang Kai before, Yang Kai didn't even need to face him head-on. All he did was summon an Emperor Authority bead to resolve the crisis, so how could he have suffered any kind of injury? This little brat was lying with his eyes wide open. He didn't even know how to blush. The girls also learned something new and secretly thought that a person's face could be so thick. Fengxi angrily said, I can clearly see that you are fine. How could you have suffered any injuries? Yang Kai coldly snorted and said, Young Sect Master, don't lie with your eyes wide open. This young master is now dizzy and on the verge of collapsing. Can't you see it? Or is young Sect Master's eyes on his ass? You. Fengxi had never seen such a shameless person before. For a moment, he didn't know how to refute. The girls from Ice Heart Valley also blushed, secretly feeling that Yang Kai's words were a disgrace to their culture. Yarojua pondered for a while before coming to his senses. Boy, are you trying to extort me? Yang Kai said, Vice Sect Master, there is no need to speak so harshly. A life for a life, and a debt must be repaid. This is a matter of course. You have damaged this young master's foundation, ending this young master's martial Dao path. This young master won't lower himself to your level. Taking out something as compensation is acceptable, right? Aren't you trying to extort me? Yarojua was furious. Yang Kai frowned, rubbed his chin, and pondered for a moment before sighing. Fine, I am trying to extort you. Vice Sect Master, what do you want? Bite me. Chapter 24:20. Little brat, you're really courting death. Yarojua was furious, his blood boiling. He was seriously injured, but he was still a second-order Emperor Realm Master. Yang Kai, a third-order Dao Source Realm Cultivator, was blatantly extorting him. How could he tolerate this? Yarojua was so angry that he couldn't wait to go up and slap Yang Kai. He didn't believe that Yang Kai still had another Emperor Authority bead. Emperor Authority beads were too rare, and ordinary people would be lucky to have one. How could they have a second one? You still dare to threaten this young master? Do you believe I won't make you die here? Yang Kai's expression turned ruthless. You! Yarojua sneered, his face full of sarcasm and mockery. Yang Kai turned to look at Sun Yunxiu and stretched out his hand. Give me back my token. Sun Yunxiu didn't know what he wanted, but this token was indeed brought by Yang Kai. Moreover, Yang Kai had used Bing Yun's Emperor Authority bead before, so it was obvious that Yang Kai had a deep relationship with her master. Therefore, Sun Yunxiu didn't hesitate and quickly returned the Ancestral Founder's token to Yang Kai. Yang Kai raised the token high, looked around, and shouted, Ice Heart Valley's sect rules. Seeing the Ancestral Founder's token is the same as seeing the Ancestral Founder herself. And Ruo Yun, Sun Yunxiu, and the others were all stunned when they heard this, but they soon reacted. There was indeed such a rule in the valley, so they quickly knelt on the ground and said in unison, Disciples greet Ancestral Founder. Yang Kai looked at Yarojua and Fengxi coldly and shouted, This young master orders you in the name of Senior Bingyun, kill these two. *Z. Yarojua and Fengxi's faces changed drastically. They turned pale with fright. They both retreated a few steps, extremely vigilant. A trivial Yang Kai was indeed nothing in their eyes, but Ice Heart Valley was different. There were more than a dozen people from the Emperor realm here, and 2 of them were second-order emperors. Yarojua was seriously injured, so he was no match for them. Once the women obeyed, then this day next year would really be his death anniversary. The Ice Heart Valley girls were also dumbfounded when they heard this, but soon, Sun Yunxiu flew out and stood behind Yarou Zhuo and Feng Shi, blocking their way. When the other women saw this, although they felt it was inappropriate, they still spread out and surrounded the two Seeking Passion sect cultivators while summoning their artifacts. He looked like he was ready to attack at any moment. Yarou Zhuo's face turned pale in an instant. Feng Shi's body trembled as he nervously swallowed his saliva. As the Seeking Passion sect's young sect master, he had been pampered since he was a child. When had he ever encountered such a life-and-death situation? Only then did he know what fear was. Yang Kai laughed strangely at the side. He continued to play with the Ancestral Master's token with an expression of a villain intoxicated by success. This young master. Ruo Yun looked at Yang Kai and said softly, "Do you really want to kill him?" She didn't want to kill Yarou Zhuo and Feng Shi here. After all, their status was extraordinary. If they really died at the hands of Ice Heart Valley, Seeking Passion sect would definitely not let them off. When the two great sects went to war, the entire Northern Territory would be plunged into misery and suffering. Even if her master returned, the sect would suffer heavy casualties. As the acting Valley Master, it was impossible for her not to consider this. She was afraid that Yang Kai would really order them to kill Yarou Zhuo and Feng Shi to vent his anger. If that were the case, she would rather defy the Ancestral Master's token than take action. She believed that even if her master knew, he wouldn't blame her. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Then let's see if these two know what's good for them." Ruo Yun heard this and felt relieved. This young man isn't a simple-minded guy. He ordered us to do this because he wanted to get some benefits from Yarou Zhuo. Otherwise, he would have urged us to take action long ago. Why would he say something like this? As long as no one dies, everything is fine. Thinking so, Ruo Yun didn't ask any more questions. Instead, she was curious about how much trouble Yang Kai could cause. Valley Master and Elder Son, as masters of the Emperor Realm, are you willing to be ordered around by a little brat of unknown origin? You are people of status. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at if you don't go? Yarou Zhuo couldn't get through to Yang Kai, so he could only turn his attention to Ruo Yun and Sun Yunxiu, hoping that the two of them would care about their status and not act so recklessly. Sun Yunxiu said indifferently, "With the Ancestral Master's token here, we can't do anything about it. If Vice Sect Master has any objections, you can go and reason with my honored master." Yarou Zhuo was speechless. Bing Yun's emperor authority bead almost took his life. If he really saw her in person, how could he dare to reason with her? Yarou Zhuo's mood was extremely complicated. Ever since he started cultivating, he had never suffered such shame and humiliation. He was threatened by a young man whose cultivation was far inferior to his own. But now that he was under someone else's roof, he had no choice but to lower his head. After a moment of silence, he could only swallow his anger and ask in a deep voice, "What do you want?" Yang Kai grinned and said, "Vice Sect Master, don't be so nervous. Everything in this world can be discussed. Just give me some compensation and this young master can pretend that nothing happened." "What do you want?" Yarou Zhuo asked. Yang Kai raised a finger and said indifferently, "This young master only wants one thing. Let's hear it." Yarou Zhuo couldn't help but relax when he heard that Yang Kai only wanted one thing. If that was the case, then this matter was indeed negotiable. "Hand over your space ring and scram." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes as he looked at the space ring on Yarou Zhuo's hand. "What?" Yarou Zhuo's eyes immediately spat fire as he said resolutely, "Impossible." Previously, when Yang Kai said that he only wanted one thing, Yarou Zhuo thought that Yang Kai just wanted to regain some face. But now, it seemed that Yang Kai wasn't trying to regain face at all. He was clearly looting a burning house. Yang Kai was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so he had a lot of good things in his space ring. He had come here to prepare for Feng Shi and Ziyu's wedding in 2 days, so the betrothal gifts were all in the space ring. If Seeking Passion sect was a big sect, then naturally, they wouldn't be stingy with their young sect master's wedding. The amount of betrothal gifts was enough to match the income of a medium-sized sect for 10 years, not to mention the countless precious treasures. Yang Kai's face sank as he said coldly, "Kill him. Kill the young one first." Don't kill him with a single strike. Slowly cut off his limbs and cripple his dantian. I want him to taste all the torture in the world before he dies. As soon as his voice fell, Sun Yunxiu's long sword shook and slashed at Feng Shi. Feng Shi was so scared that his face turned pale. His whole body trembled as he shouted, "No." Sun Yunxiu didn't move at all. This woman had an extremely hot temper. Previously, she didn't care about Yang Kai, and now, as soon as she heard Yang Kai's order, she really attacked. Wait. Yang Kai raised his hand again. Sun Yunxiu's long sword immediately came to a halt, stopping right above Feng Shi's arm. A cold sensation spread through his body and Feng Shi collapsed to the ground. Turning his head, he saw a line of blood appear on his arm. If Yang Kai had shouted a little slower just now, his arm would have been cut off. Yang Kai looked at Feng Shi with a smile and said with a harmless look on his face, "Young sect master seems to have something to say." "Yes, yes, yes." Feng Shi heard this and nodded repeatedly. "Then say it." "No one is blocking your mouth." Feng Shi opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. After thinking for a while, he turned his head to Yarou Zhuo and said, "Martial uncle, just give him the ring. Why lower yourself to his level?" "Bullshit." Yarou Zhuo shouted angrily, "My seeking passion sect's people would rather live standing than die kneeling. What's the difference between wanting this king's ring and slapping this king's face? Xie, don't be afraid. This boy is just trying to scare you. He won't dare to take your life. If he really dares to do so, when sect master arrives in 2 days, he will definitely flatten Iceheart Valley. Take my life." Feng Shi murmured, his face turning pale as a strong fear surged in his heart. He had always been the one killing others. When had he ever been the one being killed? For a moment, he no longer cared about his image and shouted, "No, I don't want to die. If I die, what's the point of father and master flattening Iceheart Valley? If I die, what will happen to the 69 wives of the sect? Martial uncle, hurry up and give him the ring. I am the young sect master of Seeking Passion sect. In the future, I will be in charge of Seeking Passion sect and become the overlord of the Northern Territory. How can I die in such a place?" "You." Yarou Zhuo didn't expect Feng Shi to be so spineless. He was scared out of his wits just by being threatened. Yarou Zhuo didn't know Feng Shi was such a timid person. Feng Shi was already injured, so at this moment, he couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. Obviously, he was disappointed that Feng Shi didn't live up to his expectations. The Iceheart Valley women also seemed to be meeting Feng Shi for the first time as they all showed looks of disdain. Although it was a matter of life and death, Feng Shi's behavior was really despicable. Which cultivator didn't have their head on their belt? They had already seen through life and death. However, Feng Shi was undoubtedly too protected, so he lost his composure in the face of danger. As the young sect master of Seeking Passion sect, he had lost all face for Seeking Passion sect. The disdainful gazes made Feng Shi feel even more ashamed, but compared to his own life, what was face? He kept begging Yarou Zhuo to take off his space ring. 69 wives, young sect master really has good luck with women. How enviable. Yang Kai said coldly, but there wasn't the slightest envy in his eyes. Instead, there was only thick mockery. "Young sect master, rest assured. If you die here, I will take good care of your 69 wives. This young master's physical strength is very good, so he won't leave them to guard an empty room." And Ruo Yun's face turned red as she spat. This young master doesn't know what to say. Ziyu also glared at Yang Kai with a strange expression, the whites of her eyes rolling back. Upon hearing that Yang Kai had set his sights on his 69 wives, Feng Shi's eyes turned red. He stretched out his hand towards Yarou Zhuo and tore off his space ring. Yarou Zhuo didn't know if he was disheartened by Feng Shi's performance, but he didn't resist and let Feng Shi easily take off his space ring. Chapter 24-21. Feng Shi threw the ring to Yang Kai and looked at him anxiously. "I'll give you the ring. Can you let us go now?" Yang Kai caught it and sneered, looking at Feng Shi with eyes full of ridicule. Feng Shi's heart skipped a beat. This person won't go back on his word, right? Following his gaze, Feng Shi looked at the ring on his hand. Gritting his teeth, he took off his space ring and threw it to Yang Kai, I'll give this to you too. Let me go. Young sect master is so kind. How can I accept this? Yang Kai quickly took his space ring and stuffed it into his pocket without even looking at it. Then, he changed the topic and coldly snorted. This young master said before that as long as you have your vice sect master's space ring, I'll let you go. But now, young sect master is forcing a second ring on me for no reason. Aren't you trying to frame this young master for being unrighteous? Ah! Feng Shi's jaw dropped. He never thought that Yang Kai would say such shameless words. The expressions of the Ice Heart Valley girls were also extremely strange. They looked at Yang Kai with complicated gazes. Today, this young man's performance had really refreshed their understanding of moral bottom line. Before meeting Yang Kai, they had never thought that there would be someone so shameless in this world. It was unknown if Feng Shi was suddenly enlightened, but when he saw Yang Kai's unfriendly expression, he quickly said, "Brother, you misunderstand. My space ring is just a gift from this Feng. It's not part of the previous conditions. Brother, you have a dignified appearance and are extraordinary. In the future, you will definitely become a great person. This Feng just wants to make friends with you." Yang Kai laughed and said, "Young sect master is so generous. This is a good friend." Good. The corner of Feng Shi's mouth twitched as he smiled awkwardly. Then, "Can we go now?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, "Does young sect master still want to stay for breakfast?" "No, no, no." Hearing this, Feng Shi felt as if he had been granted amnesty. He quickly stood up, dragged Yarojua up, and staggered out of Ice Heart Valley. Ever since Feng Shi forcibly took away his space ring, Yarojua seemed to have lost his soul, his eyes completely blank. He seemed to feel despair at Feng Shi's performance. At this moment, he didn't resist at all as he was dragged away. After a short while, Yarojua and Feng Shi disappeared. Only now did the women from Ice Heart Valley involuntarily breathe a sigh of relief. When Yang Kai had ordered them to kill the two Seeking Passion sect disciples with the ancestral founder's token, they had all been secretly worried that the situation would turn sour. Fortunately, although Yang Kai had robbed the two space rings in the end, he had still managed to rob them. However, this matter was not irreversible. At the very least, Feng Shi and Yarojua's lives were not in danger. "Young master, where is my master now?" And Ruo Yun finally had the time to ask about the matter she was concerned about. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at her. "Senior, don't worry. Senior Bing Yun is safe now. It's just that it's not convenient for her to see you these few days." "Not convenient?" Sun Yun Xiu heard this. Sun Yun Xiu frowned. She anxiously asked, "Why is it not convenient?" Yang Kai glanced at her coldly and said, "It's not convenient, it's not convenient. There's no reason." Sun Yun Xiu choked. If it were up to her, she would have already exploded. However, Yang Kai was sent by her master, and he had the ancestral founder's token. She could only swallow her anger. Zhong Sun Ying asked, "Then when can we see master?" Yang Kai thought for a while and said, "About 2 to 3 days. Just wait." After a pause, he turned to look at Sun Yun Xiu and sneered. Xiao Chen smiled coldly and said, "I hope that after the first elder meets senior Bing Yun, you can clearly explain Ziyu's marriage." Sun Yun Xiu's face darkened, but she still said in a deep voice, "If master wants to punish me, I will take responsibility. It has nothing to do with the other sisters." Yang Kai sneered. Sun Yun Xiu's performance just now was not bad. Even if she was slapped by him, she didn't hold a grudge. However, she still needed to be punished for agreeing to marry Ziyu to Feng Shi. She had pushed her best disciple into the fire pit that was the Seeking Passion sect. As the great elder, this was the end of her. However, this was her sect's internal affair, so even if Yang Kai was indignant, he couldn't say anything. And Ruo Yun, on the other hand, thought of something and looked at Yang Kai with a worried expression. Little young master kept saying that it's not convenient for master. He also said that it would only take 2 to 3 days. Could it be? Master is injured. Is she healing right now? Hearing what she said, all the women's faces changed. When Bing Yun left Ice Heart Valley, she was already a third-order Emperor Realm Master. After 3,000 years, Bing Yun's strength must have become even more powerful. Even in the entire star boundary, she was definitely a top existence, so how could such a master be injured? How many people in the world could injure her? Yang Kai glanced at Enruo Yun in surprise, somewhat surprised by her intelligence. He hadn't said anything yet Enruo Yun was able to guess this. Obviously, she was quite clever. Everyone here was a high-level member of Ice Heart Valley, and many of them were Bing Yun's legacy disciples, so Yang Kai didn't hide it anymore and nodded seriously. Senior is right. Senior Bing Yun is indeed injured. In an instant, all the women from Ice Heart Valley turned pale. Yang Kai quickly said, but rest assured, Senior Bing Yun's injuries are not serious. She is currently healing in Ice Moon City. She will be back to normal in 2 to 3 days. Master is in Ice Moon City? Enruo Yun exclaimed. Zhong Sun Ying also said excitedly, can you take us to see Master? Yang Kai frowned and said, Senior Bing Yun is healing. It's not good for you to disturb her now, is it? Enruo Yun said, we won't disturb Master. We just want to be closer to her. Little young Master, we beg you. She was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, but at this moment, she was like a child who had been guarding her home for countless years and heard the news of her parents' return. She was excited and expectant. Everyone else also looked at Yang Kai with pleading looks on their faces. Yang Kai couldn't stand being stared at by so many beautiful eyes and could only say, okay, I will take you to see Senior Bing Yun. Many thanks. All the women's expressions relaxed, and they were wild with joy. Immediately, Enruo Yun ordered the disciples to activate all the barriers and spirit arrays of Ice Heart Valley and asked them to protect the sect. Then, she flew to Ice Moon City with Yang Kai. There were more than a dozen people, but only Yang Kai was a man. It was a grand scene. Except for Yang Kai and Ziyu, everyone else was from the Emperor Realm. When such a powerful force walked, it was natural that they would attract attention. When they arrived at the gate of Ice Moon City, the cultivator guarding the city was about to step forward and ask, but when he saw the people from the Emperor Realm behind Yang Kai, he immediately retreated in shock, not even daring to breathe. Ice Moon City was the foundation of Ice Heart Valley. Many of the shops in the city were run by Ice Heart Valley's disciples. Therefore, when Enruo Yun and the others entered the city, many Ice Heart Valley disciples flew out from the shops on both sides of the street and bowed respectfully. It didn't take long for everyone in Ice Moon City to know that the higher-ups of Ice Heart Valley had come out in full force. No one knew what they were doing in the city. The puppet city lord supported by Ice Heart Valley even ran over to greet them, sweating profusely. He was trembling in fear, thinking that he had done something wrong that caused the higher-ups of Ice Heart Valley to come and punish him. However, Enruo Yun and the others only greeted him and then ignored him. This made the puppet city master feel both sad and relieved. This who greets Valley Master An, great elder son, and the other elders. Congratulations to Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion sect for the marriage. It is truly a joyous occasion. A person suddenly flew over from the side and landed in front of Ice Heart Valley's group, cupping his fists with a smile. This person was a middle-aged man with a first-order Emperor Realm cultivation. He seemed to be a powerful figure from one of the Northern Territories sects. Judging from his appearance, it was obvious that he had come here to congratulate Ice Heart Valley on the big day. He must have heard that Enruo Yun and the others had come to Ice Moon City, so he took the initiative to greet them. Enruo Yun paused for a moment, but before she could answer, one Emperor Realm Master after another suddenly rushed out from all directions, all of them congratulating her just like this man surnamed Hu. Enruo Yun undoubtedly recognized these people and exchanged a few simple greetings with them. The man surnamed Hu, who was the first to appear, waited for her to finish her greetings before asking suspiciously, Valley Master An, how come you have the leisure to come to Ice Moon City? Although Ice Moon City was Ice Heart Valley's property and was also a transit point for Ice Heart Valley to communicate with the outside world, the higher-ups of Ice Heart Valley generally wouldn't appear here, let alone more than a dozen of them. Everyone faintly felt that something was not quite right. For no reason, they had the illusion that a storm was brewing, as if something big was about to happen. We have some matters to attend to, so please help yourselves. Sun Yun Xiu replied with a cold face. In addition, The marriage between my Ice Heart Valley's disciple Zu and Seeking Passion Sect's young sect master Feng Shi is annulled from today onwards. You don't need to stay here any longer, you may return to where you came from. Junior Sister Sun's words are a bit too direct. Please forgive her for making all of you come all the way here. It is Ice Heart Valley's hospitality that has been lacking, and Ruo Yun smiled gently before leading everyone into the city. The group of people from the Emperor realm were left dumbfounded. After a while, when Ruo Yun and the others disappeared, someone wiped the sweat on his forehead and swallowed his saliva. Brother Hu Yuan, did I hear wrongly? Didn't Valley Master An and Elder Sun just say that the marriage is annulled? I heard it too. This is bad, this is bad. What are those women from Ice Heart Valley doing? The man named Hu Yuan also broke out in cold sweat and was extremely nervous. Someone said, I don't know if this marriage is Ice Heart Valley's unilateral decision or if they have reached a consensus with Seeking Passion Sect. If it's unilateral decision, everyone's expressions sank as they suddenly realized that something was wrong. If it was Ice Heart Valley's unilateral decision, Seeking Passion Sect would definitely not let it go. Seeking Passion Sect's disciples cultivate the Seeking Passion Supreme Art and enter the Tao through love. They won't easily give up on a woman they fancy, not to mention that this matter is related to Seeking Passion Sect's young sect master Feng Shi. In my humble opinion, Seeking Passion Sect won't give up on this marriage. Chapter 24-22. Since Seeking Passion Sect won't give up so easily, doesn't that mean Ice Heart Valley is going back on their word? I heard that Seeking Passion Sect's Vice Sect Master and Young Sect Master are both in Ice Heart Valley, but why aren't they here yet? A storm is brewing. I'm afraid the Northern Territory is about to change. Brother Ju, you must be joking. Although Ice Heart Valley is strong, how can it compete with Seeking Passion Sect? The entire Northern Territory knows that Ice Heart Valley no longer lives up to its reputation as a top sect. If Seeking Passion Sect really wants to hold them accountable, Ice Heart Valley won't be able to resist. I heard that Seeking Passion Sect's sect master, Master Feng Xian, will personally come to Ice Heart Valley on the day of the celebration. It should be tomorrow, if he knows that Ice Heart Valley has refused the marriage. The 7 or 8 people from the Emperor realm were all talking at once, but none of them understood the situation. They only knew one thing. Ice Heart Valley was in big trouble this time. They didn't know where this group of women got the courage to break off the marriage at this juncture. Wasn't this the same as slapping Seeking Passion Sect's face in front of the entire Northern Territory? How could Feng Xian give up? Brother Hu Yuan, should we go and persuade Valley Master An and the others? I remember that your wife is from Ice Heart Valley. If something happens to Ice Heart Valley, your fusion sect can't stay out of it. Hearing this, Hu Yuan's expression changed slightly. After pondering for a while, he hurriedly flew in the direction Ruo Yun and the others left. It seemed that he wanted to persuade them. The other people from the Emperor realm looked at each other and hurriedly followed. Although they had only come to congratulate Ice Heart Valley, now that things had developed to this point, they also wanted to know what had happened to Ice Heart Valley that had given them the courage to break the engagement with Seeking Passion Sect. After a while, a group of people arrived in front of an inn in Ice Moon City. In front of the inn, Ruo Yun and the others stood quietly. The more than a dozen people from the Emperor realm looked solemn and silent. They just looked in a certain direction with pious and excited expressions. There was no one in a radius of 1,000 meters. All the irrelevant people had retreated far away and were looking in this direction. Hu Yuan flew over and hurriedly stepped forward. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Ruo Yun suddenly kneel down. Following her actions, all of Ice Heart Valley's members from the Emperor realm knelt on the ground. Hu Yuan's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. He stood rooted to the ground and stared blankly. He wondered what Ruo Yun and the others were up to. The other experts who had arrived one after another were also dumbfounded. The shock in the depths of their hearts couldn't be any greater. Who? Brother Hu, what's going on? Someone moved closer to Hu Yuan and asked in a low voice. Hu Yuan was also confused. He kept shaking his head when he heard this. I don't know. When I came here, they're just like that. Who exactly is staying in that inn? How could Valley Master and an elder son be so courteous? Among the people from Iceheart Valley, Ruo Yun and Sun Yun Xiu were both second-order Emperor Realm Masters. Except for a disciple from the third-order Dao Source Realm, the others were all first-order emperors. Such a force was terrifying. However, they were kneeling on the street in front of the inn in broad daylight. They didn't feel the slightest burden in their hearts. Instead, they acted as if it was only natural. Ruo Yun was the acting Valley Master of Iceheart Valley. Sun Yun Xiu was the Great Elder of Iceheart Valley. Every word and action of the two represented the face of Iceheart Valley. At this moment, they were kneeling here without saying a word. It meant that there was someone in this inn who could make them submit. Hu Yuan's face changed. He seemed to have thought of something and whispered, "Could it be?" He didn't finish his words, but his face was filled with excitement. "Brother Hu, what do you mean?" Someone didn't understand and asked anxiously. One of them said thoughtfully, "In this world, even if the 10 great emperors came here in person, they wouldn't be able to make Valley Master An and the others bow so courteously. There is only one person who can make them do this willingly. Iceheart Valley's ancestral founder, Senior Bing Yun?" Someone exclaimed. Could it be that Senior Bing Yun is staying in this inn? Didn't Senior Bing Yun fall a long time ago? There hasn't been any news of her for 3,000 years. No news of her doesn't mean that she has fallen. Maybe Senior Bing Yun has been living in seclusion, or maybe she has been trapped somewhere. Senior Bing Yun was a third-order Emperor Realm Master when she disappeared. How could someone with her cultivation die so easily? Bing Yun was the ancestral founder of Iceheart Valley, and even though she had been missing for 3,000 years, her name still resounded like thunder in everyone's ears. After suddenly guessing that Bing Yun was living in that inn, everyone couldn't help but have different expressions. Among this group of people, some were close to Iceheart Valley, while others were close to Seeking Passion Sect. Naturally, they had different feelings at this moment. At this juncture, Senior Bing Yun suddenly appeared, and Sect Master Feng Xian will be here tomorrow. If these two masters meet. Someone shuddered as he spoke, not daring to continue. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be a big deal if Bing Yun and Feng Xian met. Both of them were leaders of top sects in the Northern Territory and had dealt with each other countless times. However, Ruo Yun just said that the arranged marriage between the two sects had been cancelled. Once Feng Xian came, he would definitely seek justice for his son. No wonder Ruo Yun and the others dared to break off the engagement at this time. It turned out that Bing Yun had returned. However, for some reason, Ruo Yun and the others were all kneeling in front of the inn, but Bing Yun was nowhere to be seen. No one dared to release their divine sense casually, so they all stood in place anxiously and waited. For a time, nearly 20 masters from the Emperor Realm gathered in front of this small inn. It was a spectacle. Yang Kai stood in front of the inn with a helpless look on his face. He didn't expect that Iceheart Valley's group from the Emperor Realm would suddenly make such a scene. As a result, they were surrounded by countless people like monkeys. Fan Xin and the others came out of the inn when they heard the news. After glancing at Ruo Yun and the others, they approached Yang Kai and asked suspiciously, "Brother Yang, who are they? Why are they kneeling here?" Yang Kai's mouth twitched. "These are your senior sisters." "Senior sisters?" Fan Xin was stunned for a moment before she covered her red lips with her small hand and cried out, "They are from Iceheart Valley." Yang Kai nodded. Fan Xin hurriedly led her junior sisters forward. She bowed and said, "Fan Xin greets senior sisters. You are." Ruo Yun looked at her in surprise. "Junior sister Fan Xin. She is a disciple that honored master accepted in the solitary void-sealed world." "They are the same," Fan Xin pointed to the women behind her. These women's cultivations were lower than hers. When they saw so many from the Emperor Realm kneeling in front of them, they were all at a loss for words. After all, the Emperor Realm was like a legend to them. But now, they were actually going to call these people from the Emperor Realm sisters. The huge surprise made them dizzy and confused. They didn't know what to do. "You are honored master's disciples?" Ruo Yun's eyes lit up. Fan Xin smiled and activated her Xian Qi. Her entire temperament suddenly became extremely cold. Sun Yun-sho nodded. It is indeed Ice Heart Valley's orthodox secret art. Hearing this, the gazes of the women softened as they looked at Fan Xin and the others. Good, good, good. And Ruo Yun smiled gently. Master has finally accepted new disciples. Thank you for taking care of honored master all these years. As senior sisters, we thank you. Fan Xin shook her head. It was honored master who took us in. We couldn't help honored master much. Senior sisters, why are you kneeling here? Hurry up and get up. Zhong Sun Ying smiled slightly and said, we did something wrong. This is the punishment we deserve. Junior sister, don't mind it. And Ruo Yun said, Junior sister, you just mentioned the solitary void-sealed world. Could it be that honored master has been in there all these years? From her tone, it was clear that she didn't know about the existence of the solitary void-sealed world. But that wasn't surprising, as no one who had been trapped inside had ever managed to escape. To the entire star boundary, the solitary void-sealed world was too unfamiliar. Yes, we were all trapped in the solitary void-sealed world. We only managed to escape a few days ago. Fan Xin nodded. Master is injured. Is it also related to the solitary void-sealed world? And Ruo Yun asked nervously. Fan Xin said, there was a guy called Kai Ri in the solitary void-sealed world. His cultivation was the same as honored master's. Honored master wanted to leave at that time, but Kai Ri didn't allow it, so the two of them fought. A group of Ice Heart Valley disciples from the Emperor Realm were kneeling in front of the inn, listening to Fan Xin's story. When they heard about the thrilling experience, they were even more nervous. Yang Kai knew at a glance that they had endless things to say. And Ruo Yun and the others definitely wanted to know how Bing Yun had been all these years and how her body was doing now. So, he went straight back to his room and began to count Feng Shi and Yarozhua's rings. This time, he had no choice but to use an Emperor Authority bead, but he obtained 2 space rings, so it wasn't a loss. Moreover, these 2 people had countless good things in their rings. After counting, Yang Kai found that not only did he not suffer a loss, but he also made a lot of money. The only thing he regretted was that without the Emperor Authority bead, he would have 1 less trump card in the future. Yarozhua and Feng Shi had so many things in their space rings that it took Yang Kai an entire day to finish counting. Just the source crystals alone amounted to more than 100 million, and there was no lack of mid-rank and high-rank source crystals. If converted to low-rank source crystals, it would be at least 3 billion to 4 billion, and this didn't even include the value of the precious treasures. The wealth of Seeking Passion sect was an eye-opener for him. Yang Kai was already rich, but now that he had obtained such a large amount of wealth, his personal wealth could only be described as terrifying. Thinking back to when he first came to the star boundary, when he and Liu Xianyun were running around worrying about source crystals, those days felt like a lifetime ago. In a good mood, Yang Kai threw some rare minerals into the sealed world bead for his embodiment to devour and refine. Ever since the embodiment used the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique to refine the Emperor realm, its aura had faintly reached a peak, and it seemed that it was only a step away from breaking through to the Emperor realm. Not only the embodiment, but so did Hua Qing Sai. Even Liu Yang's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds in the sealed world bead. The only one whose cultivation was lacking was Zhong Ruoshi, but she was now at the first-order Dao Source realm. With her special constitution, as long as there was enough world energy, her cultivation would catch up sooner or later. Chapter 24-23. Yang Kai had always been concerned about Zhong Ruoshi's bloodline. He had a piece of space spirit jade in his hand that resonated with Zhong Ruoshi's bloodline. When it resonated with Zhong Ruoshi's bloodline, strange and beautiful scenes would flash across the space spirit jade. Yang Kai had never known what this space spirit jade was used for. Moreover, in the Four Seasons realm, Zhong Ruoshi said that she had encountered the ancient divine spirit, Chongqi. Not only did the Chongqi fierce beast not hurt her, it even gave her a pink cloud's phoenix robe. The pink cloud's phoenix robe was an emperor artifact, an extremely high-grade defensive emperor artifact. Yang Kai was particularly concerned about this matter. He vaguely guessed that it was related to Zhong Ruoshi's bloodline, but he could not find an answer. Perhaps when Zhongruo became stronger, she would be able to figure out what was going on with her bloodline. Time flew by. Yang Kai checked the 2 space rings and went to the small sealed world to distribute some cultivation resources to Hua Qing Sai, Liu Yang, Zhongruo and the others before returning to the room. Before he could do anything else, a suffocating feeling suddenly descended from the sky and disappeared in a flash. Yang Kai's face changed as he suddenly became alert. That feeling just now was definitely caused by a master using their divine sense to scan him. Although it quickly disappeared, Yang Kai still felt the strength of the other party. It was impossible for a second-order Emperor Realm Master to give him such pressure. Only a third-order Emperor Realm Master could do this. Seeking Passion Sect Master, Feng Xian, is here. This thought immediately flashed through Yang Kai's mind and he hurriedly rushed out of the room. Outside the inn, Ruo Yun and the others also had dignified expressions on their pretty faces. Obviously, they had all noticed something. Not far away, the masters from the Emperor Realm who had come to congratulate them also had solemn expressions. They knew yesterday that Feng Xian would come today. Once he met Bing Yun, it was very likely that there would be a fierce battle, but when it really happened, everyone still felt that the atmosphere was so oppressive that it was difficult to breathe. Hong hong hong, in the distant sky, the sound of explosions continued to ring out, each one getting closer and closer to the last. Following the explosions, a figure rushed over like a ghost. At first, he couldn't see it clearly from afar. But in just 3 breaths, he suddenly descended above Ice Moon City and arrived in front of the inn. In an instant, a domineering pressure spread out. The entire Ice Moon City buzzed incessantly, and space trembled. It was as if even the heavens and the earth were about to submit. Hu Yuan and the others raised their heads and hurriedly bowed. Greetings, Sect Master Feng. In the sky, a man stood proudly. He raised his hand and said, "There's no need to be so polite, everyone." His every move seemed to contain extremely profound mysteries that were in accordance with the principles of heaven and earth. As the power of principle lingered around him, Hu Yuan and the others felt a subtle force lift them up, causing them to feel extremely shocked. He knew that the gap between him and Feng Xian was like the difference between heaven and earth. Yang Kai raised his head and looked up. He saw a middle-aged man dressed like a scholar standing in the sky. This middle-aged man looked somewhat similar to Feng Shi, but he had a much more elegant demeanor than Feng Shi. Moreover, this man was extremely handsome, even more heroic and extraordinary than Feng Shi. This was undoubtedly the Seeking Passion Sect Master, Feng Xian. Yang Kai didn't know if he was born like this or if it was due to the Seeking Passion Supreme Art. Coupled with the warm smile on his face, everyone who saw him felt as if they were bathing in a spring breeze. Yang Kai, on the other hand, felt extremely uncomfortable. There was no other reason. At this moment, Feng Shi and Yao Zhuo were standing behind Feng Xian, both of them gnashing their teeth and glaring at Yang Kai as if they wanted to eat him alive. The night before yesterday, both of their space rings had been taken away by Yang Kai. At that time, they were outnumbered and had no choice but to compromise. Feng Shi had also lost face for the rest of his life. Now that Feng Xian was here, he naturally had a backer, and his confidence was bolstered. He secretly vowed to wash away his shame and let Yang Kai know the consequences of offending him. Feng Xian just glanced at Yang Kai indifferently and didn't pay any more attention to him. After all, a cultivator from the third-order Dao Source realm was like an ant in his eyes. His gaze was deep, as if it could penetrate the void, and he stared at a certain spot with a slight smile. "Bing Yun, you and I haven't seen each other for 3,000 years. Today, we can finally meet again. This king is very happy." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Whether it was the dozen or so cultivators from the Emperor Realm from Iceheart Valley or the masters from the various sects who came to congratulate them, they all guessed that Bing Yun was staying in the inn. No one dared to release their divine sense at will to investigate. Ruo Yun and the others had been kneeling at the entrance of the inn for a day and a night, but there was still no trace of Bing Yun. Hu Yuan and the others even wondered if Bing Yun was still in the inn. If she was here, why didn't she appear? Instead, why did she ask her disciples to kneel here and let everyone watch? However, Feng Xian's words dispelled everyone's suspicions. Bing Yun was definitely in the inn, otherwise, Feng Xian wouldn't say such a thing. At this moment, Feng Xian had come to Ice Moon City in person, so Bing Yun had to show up no matter what. If she didn't, it would be rude. But to everyone's surprise, after Feng Xian shouted, there was still no movement in the inn. Even Ruo Yun and the others who were kneeling at the entrance of the inn didn't show any reaction. Hu Yuan and the others waited quietly for a while, feeling the atmosphere gradually become subtle. Cold sweat appeared on their foreheads as they felt inexplicably uneasy. Feng Xian's face gradually became gloomy. He could feel that Bing Yun was in the inn, but she didn't respond when he took the initiative to greet her. Wasn't this not giving him face? In front of so many masters from the Northern Territories sects, how could Feng Xian step down? Bing Yun, I haven't seen you for such a long time, yet you've become arrogant. Feng Xian smiled coldly, obviously extremely displeased. On the other side, Ruo Yun frowned and said loudly, Sect Master Feng, my master has an important matter to attend to now, so it is inconvenient for him to reply. Please wait for a moment. Important matter? Feng Xian raised his brow, seemingly thinking of something, nodded slightly and said, Fine, then this king will wait here. At this time, Feng Shi, who had been staring at Yang Kai with hatred, suddenly leaned over to Feng Xian's ear and whispered a few words, then pointed in the direction of Yang Kai. The next moment, Feng Xian's eyes burst with light as his gaze fixed on Yang Kai and he suddenly shouted, That boy over there. This shout seemed to be mixed with a subtle trace of spiritual energy. Yang Kai only felt a buzzing sound in his head as he suddenly felt dizzy. In a panic, he hurriedly urged his spiritual energy to resist. In his knowledge sea, the seven-colored soul-warming lotus also began to spin, releasing a seven-colored glow. A gentle force emerged from his knowledge sea, making Yang Kai feel a little better, but blood still oozed out of his mouth and nose. Not only that, but he also felt like he was about to collapse. His legs went soft and he almost knelt on the ground. Fortunately, with the soul-warming lotus as a foundation, Yang Kai managed to hold on and only staggered slightly. After stabilizing his footing, Kai Yang's heart was filled with an evil fire that was about to erupt. This Feng Xian had secretly attacked him without saying a word, and not only had he done it so stealthily that no one noticed, he had even wanted to force him to kneel. It was obvious that he was trying to intimidate him. If he were to kneel on the ground because of Feng Xian's words in front of so many people, everyone would probably laugh at him for being incompetent. This unbearable experience was bound to become a heart demon on his path of the martial Tao. If this heart demon wasn't eliminated, his path of the martial Tao would probably come to an end. This Feng Xian is simply too sinister and despicable. Yang Kai ground his teeth, his stomach filled with monstrous anger. On the other hand, Feng Xian raised his brow and revealed a look of surprise. Yang Kai did not kneel on the ground as he expected, which surprised him a little. Just now, in order to conceal himself, he did not use too much strength, but that was not something a third-order Dao Source realm could withstand. Even a first-order Emperor realm master would be shocked by his shout if they were not careful, making a fool of themselves in front of everyone. But this young man only staggered a little, which was really strange. However, Feng Xian did not care too much. With such a huge gap in strength, it would be difficult for Yang Kai to enter his eyes. Just as he was thinking, Yang Kai wiped the blood from his mouth and nose with his hand and sneered, Very good, the people of Seeking Passion sect are really a bunch of trash who only know how to bully the weak. Vice sect master is like this, and even sect master is like this. This young master has learned something today. What Seeking Passion sect? I think you should change your name to Bullying the Weak sect. Hearing this, Feng Xian's expression changed slightly. He did not expect Yang Kai to be so bold. After suffering a loss, he did not show any mercy and dared to mock him in front of his face. Hu Yuan and the others also opened their mouths wide, cold sweat dripping down their foreheads. Although none of them were aware of what had happened just now, Yang Kai's nose was bleeding in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone guessed that this young man had suffered a big loss because of Feng Xian's shout just now. But even if he had suffered a loss, he should not have made such a big fuss. Could it be that this boy had never died before, so he did not know how to write the word death? and Ruo Yun and the others also reacted belatedly. Seeing Yang Kai's pale face, they immediately asked in shock, "Little young master, are you okay?" Yang Kai sneered. This young master was attacked by a despicable villain. His heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys were all severely injured. "How could I be okay? This is a big deal." When Ruo Yun heard this, she knew that he must be fine, but he deliberately made it sound so miserable. She could not help but glare at him. Hu Yuan and the others also felt dizzy. If his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys were all seriously injured, how could he still speak so confidently? They did not know where this boy had come from, but he did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Ignorant people have nothing to fear. A third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator dared to challenge Sect Master Feng Xian. Sure enough, he was young and impetuous. It was not easy for this guy to live until now. The originally tense atmosphere suddenly became comical because of his antics. "Boy, don't talk nonsense." Seeing Yang Kai exaggerate like this, Feng Xian was secretly annoyed. His shout was mixed with his spiritual energy, so even if Yang Kai was injured, it would only be his knowledge C that was injured. It had nothing to do with his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Chapter 24-24. Yang Kai snorted, "Master Feng Xian, why are you in such a hurry? I didn't say that you sneak attacked me. Could it be that you have a guilty conscience, Master?" Feng Xian was suddenly at a loss for words. He was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so he had to act with some dignity. He couldn't act like Yang Kai, it would be too shameful. At the critical moment, Feng Shi jumped out and shouted, "Boy, your mouth is full of nonsense. How dare you insult my seeking passion sec? If you kneel down and apologize, I can spare your life." His expression was ferocious, as if he couldn't wait to kill Yang Kai. Obviously, he was still holding a grudge over what happened the night before. It was no wonder, he had lived like a prince since childhood. When had he ever suffered such grievances and humiliation? Every time he thought about it, he felt ashamed. He wished he could tear apart Kai Yang's bones and drink his blood, only then would he be able to release the hatred in his heart. Yang Kai looked at him and chuckled, "Isn't this young sect master? Last night, you were scared out of your wits and pissed your pants, but now you're so arrogant. Did you find a backer? Oh, don't stare at me like that. Be careful not to burst your eyeballs. You're talking nonsense. How could there be such a thing?" Feng Shi gritted his teeth and glared at him, his face alternating between red and blue as he denied it. Yang Kai coldly snorted, "Last night, young sect master cried and begged me to spare your life. This young master took pity on you and let you go out of kindness. I didn't expect that young sect master would not only refuse to be grateful, but also repay kindness with enmity. What kind of logic is this?" When Hu Yuan and the others heard this, they all looked at Feng Shi with strange expressions. It turns out that there was such a conflict between these two young people. I wonder what happened last night. It actually made the Seeking Passion sect's young sect master cry and beg that young man to spare his life. But something like this happened. No wonder they are so hostile. Feng Shi still wanted to explain, but Feng Xian waved his hand and stopped him. Feng Shi's face turned red with anger, but he didn't dare to disobey his father's order. He could only swallow his grievances and complain with eyes full of blood and tears. Feng Xian looked at Yang Kai and said indifferently, "Young man, it's not a bad thing to be proud and full of vigor, but one must also judge the situation and size up the situation. Blindly flaunting one's superiority is the conduct of a boorish man." Bah! Yang Kai spat on the ground and stood there sloppily. He lazily cupped his fists towards Feng Xianyi and said, "Master, I will remember your teachings, but, what do you want to say?" Feng Xian frowned and said, "I heard that you stole 2 space rings from my Seeking Passion sect last night." Did he steal 2 space rings from the Seeking Passion sect? Hu Yuan and the others listened. All of them stared at Yang Kai with wide eyes, each of them staring at him in awe. Previously, when they saw Yang Kai's audacity, they only thought that this kid was a hothead. But now, it seemed that he was more than a hothead, he was simply a madman. Looking at the entire Northern Territory, Who would dare to steal the Seeking Passion sect space ring? But this kid was good. Not only did he steal one, but he also stole two. They didn't know which unlucky bastard lost his space ring, or what precious things were inside that provoked Sect Master Feng Xian to personally ask about it. This kid was finished. Based on this alone, he probably wouldn't live to see the next day. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn as he shouted, "Master, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak whatever you want. What do you mean by steal? That's the act of a bandit. This young master has always been open and aboveboard. I have always been upright and upright. I have never done such a thing. Sir, using the word snatch to describe me is a stain on this young master's noble character. I am very unhappy." He had a serious expression on his face, and his face suddenly darkened, as if he was really angry. Hu Yuan and the others stretched out their hands and wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. These Emperor Realm Masters had been roaming the star boundary for thousands of years, but it was only today that they had truly broadened their horizons. They felt that nothing they had seen in their entire lives was as shocking as what they had seen today. This young man who had popped out of nowhere was truly a marvel. Facing a third-order Emperor Realm Master, he didn't show any signs of weakness. Instead, he spoke so eloquently. Yarozhuo shouted angrily, "Weren't you the one who stole this king and Shi-Er's space rings? Boy, don't lie through your teeth." As soon as he said this, Hu Yuan and the others who had just wiped their foreheads started sweating again. It turns out that the two unlucky bastards who lost their space rings were the Seeking Passion sect's Vice Sect Master and Young Sect Master. This matter has blown up, and there's no way to clean it up. Originally, they thought that Yang Kai had stolen the rings of the two Seeking Passion sect disciples, but that wasn't the case at all. Forget about Feng Shi, who was only from the third-order Dao Source realm, but Yarozhuo was a well-known second-order Emperor Realm Master. How could such a master have his space ring stolen? No matter what the final outcome of this matter was, Seeking Passion sect had lost a lot of face. The Vice Sect Master and Young Sect Master's space rings were both stolen by a young man from the third-order Dao Source realm. If this news spread, how could Seeking Passion sect establish itself in the Northern Territory in the future? Hu Yuan could almost foresee that this bizarre matter would be made into a clapper and sung in the streets. Within 10 years, Seeking Passion sect's people would be unable to raise their heads high. So, it was the two space rings. Yang Kai seemed to have woken up from a dream as a look of realization appeared on his face. Then, his face sank and he snorted, "Vice Sect Master, Master, you should speak with a conscience. How could I have stolen those two rings? One of the rings was a bargaining chip for this young master to make a deal with Vice Sect Master, while the other was given to me by Young Sect Master. If this young master didn't accept it, he wouldn't feel at ease, so I reluctantly took it. Now, you want to blame me? Bastard." Yarozhuo was almost driven mad by Yang Kai. His Emperor Qi fiercely surged as if he wanted to tear Yang Kai into 10,000 pieces. Yang Kai nimbly jumped back and landed in front of Enruo Yun and the others, glaring at him as he said, "What are you doing? Do you want to kill me? Try it. Sect Master." Yarozhuo turned his head and cupped his fists towards Feng Xian. "I want to kill him." Feng Xian said lightly, "You can't kill him." Yang Kai was hiding with Enruo Yun and the others, so Yarozhuo had no chance to kill Yang Kai. However, as the Seeking Passion sect master, Feng Xian couldn't kill Yang Kai himself here. He suddenly discovered that this young man of unknown origin was giving him a headache. It seemed that he was even more difficult to deal with than Bing Yun. After pondering for a moment, Feng Xian looked at Yang Kai and said lightly, "Little brother, you are a dragon among men. You will definitely become a great talent in the future. Those two rings can be considered a gift from this sect to you." Yang Kai raised his brow and snorted, "Master is very good at making cheap remarks." Feng Xian knew that he couldn't take back the rings now that they were in his hands, so he simply said that they were a gift from Yang Kai. This was simply shameless to the extreme, but it also showed the generosity of the Seeking Passion sect and saved some face. However, there is one thing that this king must take back. I hope little brother can cooperate. Yang Kai frowned and asked, "What is it?" When he checked the rings before, he didn't find anything special in them, although there were indeed many treasures inside. A blood jade cheline, Feng Xian quickly said. A blood jade cheline? Yang Kai murmured before sweeping the space ring with his divine sense. Soon, he flipped his palm and took out a red cheline statue. This cheline statue was about 3 inches tall and was carved in a vivid and lifelike manner. However, Yang Kai didn't know what material it was carved from. He had just glanced at it before throwing it into his space ring. Now that Feng Xian mentioned it, he suddenly remembered. It's this thing. Feng Xian nodded. This thing, what's so special about it? Yang Kai asked curiously, wondering why Feng Xian had deliberately taken it back. Feng Xian didn't conceal it and said, this thing is useless to little brother. It is a symbol of the status of the young sect master's wife and was passed down by our sect's ancestral founder. It is of great significance to the Seeking Passion sect. A symbol of the status of the young sect master's wife. Yang Kai raised his brow and glanced at Ziyu, who was still kneeling there, thinking that Feng Shi was quite considerate of her. He had 6 to 9 beautiful concubines, yet he had given this blood jade cheline to Ziyu as a betrothal gift. Obviously, he valued her very much. This was not surprising. Ziyu was the #1 rising star of Iceheart Valley. Whether it was her background or aptitude, she was a perfect match for Feng Shi. The 6 to 9 concubines couldn't compare to her. Yang Kai didn't know whether Feng Xian was telling the truth or not, nor did he know if there were any secrets hidden in this blood jade cheline. While he was pondering, a voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Feng Xian is not lying. This blood jade cheline is indeed the status symbol of the young sect master's wife. Only with this blood jade cheline can one be considered the young sect master's wife. The other women are just the young sect master's concubines. The person who transmitted the voice was an Ruo Yun. She definitely wouldn't lie, so Yang Kai nodded secretly. Yes, this king must take back this blood jade cheline. Please give it to this king, Feng Xian said and stretched out his hand to Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and said, Master only wants this thing. The treasures in those 2 rings are so rich that they can rival an entire country. Don't tell me you don't want the rest. Feng Xian said proudly, although those things are precious, they are just a drop in the bucket for my Seeking Passion sect. This blood jade cheline cannot be lost. Yang Kai laughed and said, Seeking Passion sect is worthy of being a top sect in the Northern Territory. You are really rich. So many treasures, yet you don't take them seriously. What an eye-opener. Feng Shi coldly snorted and said sarcastically, a country bumpkin who has never seen the world. Kai Yang looked at him with a smile, his smile full of meaning. Feng Shi shuddered for no reason as a very bad feeling suddenly lingered in his heart. Suddenly, Yang Kai turned to look at Feng Xian and said, Master, if you want to take back this blood jade cheline, it is not impossible to discuss. After all, this thing has great symbolic significance to your noble sect. This young master can't take it away from you. It's good that you understand, Feng Xian said lightly. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and said, Last night, I told young sect master and vice sect master that everything in this world is negotiable. If master wants to take back this blood jade cheline, it's fine as long as you can compensate us with something. While speaking, he quickly rubbed his middle finger and thumb together with a greedy look on his face. Hu Yuan and the others, who were watching from the side, were completely stunned. Chapter 24-25. Feng Shi's face suddenly turned pale and his throat felt tight. The last time Yang Kai said this, he and Yaro Zhuo had lost their space rings. Now that he said it again, Feng Shi really didn't know what he was going to ask for. Feng Shi suddenly understood why he felt so uneasy before. Feng Xian also looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression and said lightly, Are you discussing conditions with this master? Yang Kai glanced at him casually and said, Since master wants to take back this blood jade cheline, you naturally have to pay a price. You're not young anymore. Don't you know that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world? Feng Xian suppressed the anger in his heart, his face extremely ugly as he snorted, How much? Laughing heartily, Kai Yang replied, Sir, you are a straightforward person, much better than your son. With your straightforward personality, this young master doesn't need much, just this much is enough. He stretched out a finger and gently waved it in front of his face. Feng Xian nodded lightly. 10 million isn't much. Yang Kai's expression froze for a moment before he burst into laughter. 10 million? Master must be joking, right? This blood jade chelene is an inheritance of your noble sect's ancestors. Although it's not a treasure, it still has great symbolic significance. In Master's eyes, this thing is only worth 10 million. You want 100 million? Feng Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light as he shouted angrily, "Young man, your appetite is too big. Be careful not to burst your belly." 100 million? Yang Kai sneered, "Seeking Passion sect is rich and powerful. You have the nerve to take out 100 million? Even if you have the nerve to take it, this young master will be too embarrassed to accept it. You'll lose the face of your Seeking Passion sect. Don't tell me, you want 1 billion? Feng Xian's head buzzed as he almost vomited blood. 1 billion mid-rank source crystals is nothing to the Seeking Passion sect, right? Yang Kai grinned. Mid-rank source crystals? Feng Xian's mouth twitched. He had thought that Yang Kai only wanted 1 billion low-rank source crystals. However, he did not expect it to be mid-rank source crystals. The difference between the two was 100 times greater. Even if it was converted into high-rank source crystals, it would still be 10 million. He immediately became furious. "Little beast, so you were just making fun of this king and had no intention of returning it. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your master. I will let you know that there are people in this world that you cannot afford to offend." Previously, he didn't want to deal with Yang Kai personally, mainly because of his status. After all, with so many people watching, it would be unsightly for a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master to take action against someone from the Third-Order Dao Source Realm. But now that Yang Kai was pestering him endlessly, Feng Xian was furious. He couldn't care less. Even if he killed Yang Kai right now, he would still be able to kill Yang Kai. Others probably wouldn't think that he was bullying the weak. After all, this young man's behavior just now was really too abhorrent. Saying so, he sent out a palm strike towards Yang Kai from afar. In an instant, the world changed color and principles surged. The entire Ice Moon City seemed to be enveloped by the power of this palm strike, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. Their hearts felt stifled. Hu Yuan and the others all paled in horror. They all retreated, secretly feeling pity for Yang Kai. This little brat really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, provoking a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master again and again. He really didn't want to live anymore. Everyone could almost foresee the scene of his corpse falling to the ground. Feng Xian's attack came without warning, and by the time the Ice Heart Valley girls reacted and wanted to help, it was already too late. Yang Kai was also directly suppressed in place by the Emperor pressure, unable to move. His face was pale, but he did not show the slightest fear. Instead, he looked at Feng Xian with a calm expression. His eyes were full of ridicule. Kai, with a soft sound, a snow-white sword wave suddenly shot out from somewhere in the inn, heading straight towards Feng Xian's palm strike with an imposing momentum. Immediately afterward, a huge explosion rang out and a huge shockwave spread in all directions, shaking the buildings within a radius of 1,000 meters. The palm strike disappeared without a trace in an instant, while the sky-piercing sword Qi soared into the sky and disappeared in an instant. When everyone came back to their senses, they found that there was a young girl beside Yang Kai. This young girl didn't look very old, about 17 or 18 years old, but her aura was extremely pure, without the slightest trace of impurity. Feng Xian narrowed his eyes and fixed his gaze on this young girl. And Ruo Yun and the others also opened their beautiful eyes wide, looking at her in surprise and excitement, trembling as they called out, "Master! Master!" Hu Yuan and the others, who were watching not far away, heard this and immediately knew who this young girl was. This was clearly Ice Heart Valley's ancestral founder, the Third-Order Emperor Realm Master who had been missing for 3,000 years, Bing Yun. Disciple greets Master, and Ruo Yun and the others all knelt on the ground. Bing Yun glanced at them indifferently. No one knew what she was thinking, but she didn't seem to have any intention of paying attention to them. Instead, she turned her beautiful eyes to Yang Kai, snorted, and said softly, "You're too bold." She was obviously talking about how young Kai kept provoking Feng Xian just now. Bing Yun had lived for tens of thousands of years, but in all these years, she had never seen anyone as bold as young Kai. A trivial third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator dared to clamor and bargain with a third-order Emperor Realm master. Heh. Young Kai replied with a cheeky smile, "Senior is right behind me, what's there to be afraid of?" After a pause, he asked nervously, "Senior, how is your recovery?" Bing Yun said softly, "It's about time." Hearing this, young Kai couldn't help but feel relieved. Since Bing Yun said it was about time, then she must have fully recovered. In other words, there was no problem for her to act now. As long as she could act, Feng Xian was nothing to be afraid of. "Bing Yun, what do you mean by this?" Feng Xian looked at Bing Yun coldly and shouted, "If this king remembers correctly, your Ice Heart Valley doesn't accept male disciples, right? Why are you stopping this king from teaching this brat a lesson?" Bing Yun glanced at him and said, "Wait a moment, I'll deal with the matters in the valley first, then I'll come and reason with you." Feng Xian's expression froze, but he couldn't refute her. In the entire Star Territory, there weren't many people who were qualified to speak to him like this, but Bing Yun was definitely one of them. The two had fought countless times, but they were evenly matched every time. Feng Xian was still afraid of Bing Yun, so even if he was annoyed at this moment, he had to give her face. Bing Yun turned around, looked at Enruo Yun and the others, and said indifferently, "Get up, why are you still kneeling?" Enruo Yun and the others lowered their heads, but none of them got up. Bing Yun coldly snorted and said, "This queen has been away for 3,000 years, so my words don't hold any weight. No wonder you dared to marry off your best disciple. When did my Ice Heart Valley fall to the point where we have to act according to others' wishes? You little girl are really something." Listening to her tone, it was obvious that she knew the ins and outs of the matter. Bing Yun must have heard some information when everyone was chatting outside. Enruo Yun's tender body trembled slightly, knowing that her master was really angry. She said in fear, "Disciple and the others have failed master's teachings, please punish us." Sun Yun Xiu hurriedly said, "Master, this matter has nothing to do with the other sisters. I was the one who agreed to the marriage with Seeking Passion sect. If master wants to punish someone, punish me alone. You think I don't dare to punish you?" Bing Yun looked at Sun Yun Xiu coldly. Sun Yun Xiu was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, but when she was glared at by Bing Yun, she trembled like a mouse in front of a cat. She gritted her teeth and didn't say a word. At that moment, Ziyu said, "Ancestral Founder, please calm down. Great Elder did that for the sake of the sect. Please forgive her, Ancestral Founder." It was really unexpected that she would plead for Sun Yun Xiu. Even Sun Yun Xiu herself didn't seem to have expected this. Her beautiful eyes suddenly became complicated. Bing Yun turned her gaze to Ziyu and softened, saying lightly, "Girl, you're really soft-hearted. You didn't even think about who was the one who pushed you into the fire pit. Even now, you're still speaking for others." Ziyu shook her head and said, "Great Elder really had no other choice. If she didn't do that, the other sisters in the valley would have no way to survive. If Ziyu's happiness could be sacrificed for the safety of the other sisters, Ziyu was willing to do so. But I don't know why, but I just wanted to run away, the farther the better." Ziyu was ignorant. "Ancestral Founder, please don't blame others." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. She was obviously very sad. Bing Yun opened his mouth, but in the end, he couldn't say anything. He sighed heavily and said, "Don't worry, with me here, no one can do anything to you." Ziyu smiled through her tears and said, "Thank you, Ancestral Founder." Frozen Cloud's words were like a reassuring pill to her, calming her down. She no longer felt as alarmed as before. Bing Yun looked at Sun Yun Xiu again and said, "Your mistake will be judged after I return to the valley. Stand up first." "Thank you, Master." The girls responded in unison and stood up. Bing Yun's gentle gaze swept across their faces one by one. She found that nearly half of these girls from the Emperor realm were disciples she had accepted in the past. Now, they had all advanced to the Emperor realm. Some of them looked familiar to her and should be outstanding talents in the sect. Although they weren't her direct disciples, they were still the first batch of disciples of Ice Heart Valley. Only 2 or 3 of them from the Emperor realm were unfamiliar to her. These 2 or 3 from the Emperor realm should have been recruited into Ice Heart Valley by Enruo-yun and the others later. There were some cultivator who cultivated alone without any background. They had heaven-defying opportunities and could cultivate to an extremely high level of the martial Tao. Such a cultivator was an outstanding talent welcomed by the great sects because they could cultivate to a very high level without the support of a huge amount of cultivation resources. If they were given a little support, they would have a great chance of advancing to the Emperor realm. For example, Yang Kai. If these people wanted to join the great sects, they only needed to pass some simple tests and inspections before they could join. Of course, even after joining the sect, there would be a long period of observation to ensure that they didn't have any schemes against the sect. Only then would they be entrusted with important tasks. Bing Yun looked at the 2 or 3 unfamiliar girls from the Emperor realm. They should have been recruited into Ice Heart Valley through this method. Since they were standing here at this moment, it showed that their loyalty was not the slightest problem. What about Little 3, Little 5, and Little 9? Bing Yun suddenly asked, as if she had a premonition and her expression was slightly gloomy. Enruo-yun quickly replied, "Third junior sister went out to look for you shortly after Master left Ice Heart Valley. Her whereabouts are still unknown." Chapter 24-26. Bing Yun's eyes narrowed as she asked, "Is her longevity lamp still there?" Enruo-yun said, "Yes, so third junior sister is still alive, but we don't know where she is." "That's good." Bing Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Enruo-yun continued, "Fifth junior sister. She failed to break through to the Emperor realm and died." Bing Yun's tender body trembled slightly when she heard this, but she quickly regained her composure and sighed, "Little 5 is too radical. I knew that her future would not be smooth." Enruo-yun said with red eyes, "It's my fault as a senior sister for not taking good care of her." Bing Yun shook her head, "It's not your fault." "What about Little 9? Is she dead or alive?" Enruo-yun replied, "Ninth junior sister is in retreat in the valley for 10 years. She said that she will not come out until she breaks through to the Emperor realm." "Very good." Bing Yun smiled slightly. She had been gone for 3,000 years, and 7 of the 9 disciples she took in had already broken through to the Emperor realm. Among them, Enruo-yun and Sun Yun Xiu did not disappoint her and reached the second-order Emperor realm. One of them died in the World Energy Baptism, leaving only the youngest, Little 9, who was still in retreat. She could accept such a result. She was probably the only master in the star boundary who could reach such a level. Who else could accept so many disciples who had broken through to the Emperor realm? She really didn't know whether it was her teaching or Ice Heart Valley's nurturing. "Bing Yun, let's leave the small talk for another day," Feng Xian urged in a clear voice, looking extremely impatient. Bing Yun coldly snorted and turned to look at him. "This queen has been gone for 3,000 years. Sect Master Feng has taken good care of my Ice Heart Valley." Her tone was full of sarcasm. Obviously, she was angry that Seeking Passion sect had taken advantage of her absence to bully her sect and force them to marry off their best disciple. Feng Xian said lightly, "You and I are both top sects in the Northern Territory, so we should join forces. I don't think there's anything wrong with it." "Bing Yun, why can't you see past it? Is it because I can't see past it, or is it because Sect Master Feng has gone too far?" Bing Yun shouted, "You can be considered as someone from the older generation. You're bullying a few little girl just because you're older. Do you have a sense of accomplishment?" Feng Xian frowned and said, "Bing Yun, you're still so sharp-tongued. This seat won't lower myself to your level. Today, I came here for 2 things. The first is to let my son marry Lady Ziyu. The second is to take back the Blood Jade Chelene. Bing Yun, if you still care about our past relationship, please fulfill my wish." Frozen Cloud coldly smiled and raised her slender finger. She quickly said, "Then this queen will make things clear to you. First, Ziyu is a disciple of my Ice Heart Valley and will never marry your waste son. You should give up on this idea as soon as possible. Second, I don't care about the Blood Jade Chelene. If you have the ability, take it. If you don't, get out of Ice Moon City as soon as possible. Otherwise, You'll lose face in front of the heroes of the Northern Territory and won't be able to go out in the future. Bing Yun's strong attitude surprised Feng Xian. Hu Yuan and the others were even more horrified. They could faintly feel an oppressive aura enveloping them, making them feel as if a mountain was pressing down on them. These two masters looked like they were about to fight. Once they really fought, Ice Moon City would definitely be gone. They didn't even know if they could escape unscathed. They were already considering whether or not they should take this opportunity to leave. They didn't want to be the fish in the pond that would be implicated. Feng Xian was silent for a while before he sneered and said sarcastically, "This little brat isn't your illegitimate son, is he? You're actually protecting him like this." As soon as he said this, the faces of Ruo Yun and the others changed. Feng Xian, a master with status, was actually trying to ruin Bing Yun's reputation in front of so many people. He had ulterior motives. In an instant, the women of Ice Heart Valley were all furious. They gritted their teeth and glared at Feng Xian, as if they wanted to bite him to death. To everyone's surprise, Bing Yun didn't show the slightest anger after hearing this. Instead, she looked at Yang Kai deeply and said lightly, "If this queen had such a son, she would have no regrets in this life." Feng Xian was dumbfounded. Ruo Yun and the others also opened their mouths wide and looked at their master in surprise. One of them was screaming in his heart. What does this mean? Is this a tacit agreement or something? Is this young man really Bing Yun's illegitimate son? Otherwise, why is she not angry at all and even saying such words? For a moment, the way everyone looked at Yang Kai changed. It was as if they were looking at someone who had been branded with Ice Heart Valley's brand. Yang Kai couldn't help but wipe the sweat on his forehead and said to Bing Yun with a bitter face, "Senior, it's inevitable that people will misunderstand your words." Bing Yun pursed her lips and smiled, "I'm just saying, don't take it to heart." She didn't mean to take advantage of Yang Kai, but she knew that Feng Xian was deliberately disgusting her and wanted to mess up her state of mind, so she acted indifferently. "It seems that this little brat has a deep relationship with you." Feng Xian immediately realized that the relationship between Yang Kai and Bing Yun was somewhat unusual. Otherwise, Bing Yun wouldn't have said such words without caring about her reputation. However, even if he really is your illegitimate son, you must hand over the blood jade Qilin today. Otherwise, don't blame this king for being ruthless. Feng Xian shouted and suddenly took a step forward. The entire world shook under his step, as if it was about to submit to him. For no reason, it was as if a mountain was pressing down on Ice Moon City, making people gasp for breath. Yang Kai's face turned slightly pale as he held up the blood jade Qilin and coldly snorted, "This young master is as timid as a mouse. Master Feng Xian, don't scare me. Otherwise, this young master will be nervous and accidentally destroy this thing." Everyone was speechless when they heard this. "Boy, you really dare to lie through your teeth. If you're as timid as a mouse, then no one in this world is brave." As Yang Kai spoke, he secretly circulated his source qi and a slight cracking sound came from the blood jade Qilin. Seeing this, Feng Xi's eyes bulged as he exclaimed, "Father, he's really going to destroy the blood jade Qilin." "Stop!" Feng Xian also shouted, "If you dare destroy it, I'll make sure you die without a burial place." Yang Kai shouted, "Ayaya, this young master is as timid as a mouse. Master, why are you still scaring me? I'm really scared to death." As he spoke, he increased the strength of his hand and the cracking sound suddenly became much more intense. Feng Xian's breathing stagnated as his face turned extremely pale. This blood jade Qilin was actually not a precious treasure, but it was indeed a symbol of the Seeking Passion sect's young sect master's wife. Because every generation of Seeking Passion sect's young sect master had many wives and concubines, only the one holding the blood jade Qilin was the true wife of the young sect master. She would manage the harem for the young sect master, allowing the young sect master to cultivate in peace and not be affected by jealousy over women. If such a symbolic object was destroyed in front of everyone, it would be tantamount to slapping the Seeking Passion sect's face. Seeing that force was not working, Feng Xian could only take a deep breath, restrain his aura, and ask with an ugly expression, "Boy, what do you want?" Yang Kai coldly snorted, "I've already stated my conditions, Master Feng Xian, Why ask when you already know the answer? You dare ask for 1 billion mid-rank source crystals? Feng Xian angrily said. Although 1 billion source crystals was nothing to the Seeking Passion sect, giving them to Yang Kai for no reason made Feng Xian feel very uncomfortable. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, "How much does Master think you can offer?" 100 million at most. Boy, don't push your luck. Feng Xian snorted. Okay, 100 million it is. This young master is a very easygoing person, Yang Kai grinned. This reaction stunned everyone. They didn't expect that Yang Kai would really agree. After all, he had just demanded an exorbitant price and acted so lawlessly. Everyone thought that he would definitely extort the Seeking Passion sect's 1 billion source crystals. Judging from Feng Xian's importance to the Blood Jade Chelene, as long as Yang Kai insisted, he would definitely be able to get his hands on 1 billion source crystals. However, he didn't even try to bargain and compromised. Is he scared? Young people were always hot-blooded, and when they calmed down, they would be scared. A mere third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator dared to extort 100 million source crystals from the Seeking Passion sect's sect master. Perhaps no one would be able to do such a thing in the future, but it was definitely unprecedented. Senior Bing Yun, I'll have to trouble you to do something. Yang Kai suddenly turned to Bing Yun and said. Bing Yun didn't know what he was going to do, so she asked suspiciously, "What are you doing?" Yang Kai held the Blood Jade Chelene in his hand, gestured to it, and said, "Master Feng Xian is only willing to pay 1/10 of the price, so of course, I can only pay 1/10 of the price. Senior, please cut off 1/10 of this thing. We've always been fair in doing business. We don't take advantage of others, but we also won't let others take advantage of us." Bing Yun secretly laughed when she heard this. It wasn't easy for Yang Kai to come up with such a wicked idea. She quietly glared at Feng Xian, flicked her wrist, and a snow-white sword appeared in her hand. She looked like she was really going to cut off 1/10 of the Blood Jade Chelene. Yang Kai looked up at Feng Xian, smiled coldly, and said, "Master, I don't know if you are satisfied with this result." Feng Xian almost vomited blood in anger, but before he could say anything, Yang Kai continued, "If Master can pay 500 million, I'll let Senior Bing Yun cut off half of it. The amount of source crystals depends on whether the Master can afford it or not. I'm very fair. Now, how much do you want?" Feng Xian's blood boiled in his chest, and he almost couldn't breathe. He felt that he had never been so angry in his life, and all of this was thanks to that young man. Hu Yuan and the others were also secretly scared. They thought that this young man was really ruthless. He insisted on 1 billion source crystals and refused to budge. If he really cut off 1/10 or half of the Blood Jade Chelene, would there still be any meaning in its existence? It's just, if he offended the Seeking Passion sect like this, would he still be able to survive in the future? Unless he really was Bing Yun's illegitimate son. Chapter 24-27. Father, the Blood Jade Chelene seal can't be destroyed. Feng Shi exclaimed. Shut up. Feng Xian shouted angrily, glaring at Feng Shi with a face full of resentment. He suddenly realized that there was a huge gap between his son and this young man. Did I spoil him too much in the past? Feng Xian secretly reflected on himself. On the other side, Yang Kai spoke again. It seems that Master Feng can't afford the 1 billion mid-rank source crystals. Just now you said that the Seeking Passion sect is rich and powerful. This young master, a country bumpkin who has never seen the world, wanted to broaden his horizons, but who would have thought? TSK, Senior Bing Yun, since he can't afford it, just kill him. Bing Yun nodded lightly and raised the long sword in his hand high. Feng Xian's face turned ashen as he hurriedly said, Fine, 1 billion it is. It was just 1 billion mid-rank source crystals. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it. He had been unwilling to agree before mainly because he didn't want to be led by the nose by Yang Kai. He was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, and it would be outrageous for him to be controlled by Yang Kai in front of so many people. But now, he had no choice but to agree even if he didn't want to. Straightforward, Master Feng is really a straightforward person. This young master admires your character. Yang Kai laughed. As soon as this remark came out, even the indifferent Bing Yun broke out in cold sweat, thinking, this brat really dares to say such a thing. Feng Xian's face was cold as he said, this king can give you the 1 billion mid-rank source crystals, but this king has one condition. Yang Kai snorted, Master Feng, are you still dreaming? Do you think you are qualified to bargain with this young master? Give me the source crystals first and we can talk later. Feng Xian looked at him sarcastically and said, why don't you listen to this king's condition first before you flatly refuse? Yang Kai said disdainfully, nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. I don't want to hear it. He stretched out a hand towards Feng Xian and shouted, money in one hand and goods in the other. Don't hesitate. Feng Xian suppressed his anger and said indifferently, my son suffered a bit of a loss at your hands last night. Young man, you have to climb back up from where you fell. My son wants to challenge you today. I wonder if little brother has the guts to accept. As if to match his words, Feng Shi took a step forward and looked down at Yang Kai condescendingly. His eyes were full of disdain, and there was no trace of the fear he had last night. Feng Shi didn't think that Yang Kai was that powerful. The reason why he had suffered such a big loss the night before was mainly because Yang Kai had borrowed the power of Ice Heart Valley's group from the Emperor Realm. In fact, he had never fought Yang Kai head-on. As the Seeking Passion sect's young sect master, he had learned the most powerful cultivation methods and secret techniques in the world. He also had a powerful secret artifact in his hand. Among the cultivator in the same realm, no one was his opponent. In a one-on-one fight, Feng Shi was confident that he wouldn't lose to anyone. The night before, today, Seeking Passion sect had lost all face. If they wanted to recover some lost ground, they could only start with Yang Kai. Feng Xian and Yarozhuo couldn't directly attack Yang Kai. Once they did, Ice Heart Valley's group from the Emperor Realm would definitely not sit back and watch. It would be tantamount to directly triggering a war between the two sects. The only possibility was for Feng Shi to challenge Yang Kai and then kill him in front of everyone to restore Seeking Passion sect's face. Feng Shi obviously knew what his father was planning, so even though the father and son hadn't discussed it in advance, he quickly stood up with a provocative look on his face. Yang Kai glanced at him and grinned. Young sect master, I'm afraid you're not his biological son. Feng Shi was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted and shouted angrily, boy, you only know how to talk big. Yang Kai said disdainfully, if you were his biological son, why would Master Feng be so eager to send you to your death? Feng Shi said with a sullen face, you dare to look down on this young master? If you have the ability, let's fight in the arena. The winner will marry Ziyu, and the loser will leave the Northern Territory, never to return. Ziyu frowned slightly and said with dissatisfaction, what does it have to do with me? This Feng Shi is quite interesting. He actually dragged me into this for no reason. It's really infuriating. But when she thought about how Yang Kai didn't hide it the night before and said in front of so many people that she and I have already secretly decided to spend the rest of our lives together, Ziyu immediately understood that he was jealous. However, those words were just an excuse Yang Kai made. After that, the dozen or so martial uncles didn't ask about it again. Obviously, they all knew the whole story, but Feng Shi took it seriously. His IQ was really worrying. Just based on this point, Ziyu couldn't possibly fancy Feng Shi. Hand over the source crystals first. Master Feng won't go back on his word, right? Yang Kai ignored Feng Shi's provocation and turned to Feng Xian and shouted. Feng Xian sneered, took out a space ring he had prepared, and said, the source crystals are all here, but why did little brother change the subject? Are you afraid of my son? If you are, you can apologize. My son has a good upbringing, so he may forgive you. Give me the source crystals first, then I'll talk to you again. Yang Kai urged impatiently. Feng Xian coldly snorted and threw the space ring over with a pained expression. Yang Kai reached out and caught it. After sweeping it with his divine sense, he was immediately overjoyed. There weren't 1 billion source crystals in this ring, but there were 5 million high-rank source crystals and 500 million mid-rank source crystals, which was exactly 1 billion. It seems that Seeking Passion sect is really rich. They took out 1 billion source crystals just like that. Yang Kai suddenly regretted that he didn't offer a higher price. Looking at Feng Xian's appearance, he should be able to take out more. After confirming that the number of source crystals was correct, Yang Kai threw the blood jade Qilin seal back. Feng Xian didn't even look at it and directly threw it back to Feng Shi, saying lightly, "If you lose it again, you don't need to be the young sect master anymore." Feng Shi's expression changed as he hurriedly said, "Father, master, rest assured, this son will take good care of it and will never lose it again." Feng Xian nodded lightly and looked at Yang Kai again, asking, "What do you think of my previous proposal?" Yang Kai sneered, "Master, are you really in such a hurry to send your son to the Yellow Springs? It seems that he really isn't your biological son, but that's not surprising. Master has countless wives and concubines, so his energy is limited. It's inevitable that he won't be able to take care of all of them. It's normal for his wives to occasionally go out and steal some wild food." Hu Yuan and the others all had extremely strange expressions on their faces. They all wanted to laugh, but they didn't dare. It was extremely difficult for them to hold back their laughter. In this world, who would dare to speak to Feng Xian like this? Wasn't this clearly saying that Feng Xian was being cuckolded? Everyone's understanding of Yang Kai's courage was refreshed once again. They admired him to the extreme, but at the same time, they were also frightened. Because they were really afraid that Yang Kai would completely enrage Feng Xian. An enraged Third-Order Emperor Realm Master was simply a disaster. "Brat, you're presumptuous." Feng Xian was really furious. No one would be able to remain calm after being spoken to like this. Yang Kai shouted sternly, "What's wrong?" Master Feng Xian was in high spirits when he slandered Senior Bing Yun, but now you're going to turn hostile after being slandered? Master, your temperament isn't good enough. Compared to Senior Bing Yun, it's like the difference between heaven and earth. Feng Xian was startled when he heard this, but he quickly regained his composure. There was no longer any irritable and angry expression on his face. Instead, he looked calm. Obviously, he had adjusted himself. After being indifferent for a while, he said lightly, "Let's not talk about anything else first. Today, your battle with Xie must be carried out." Yang Kai coldly snorted, "Since Master is being so unreasonable and bullying the weak, then this young master can only reluctantly agree." He really didn't put a trivial Feng Shi in his eyes. Even if Feng Shi really had some kind of trump card, he was confident that he could escape. Thinking so, Yang Kai whispered to Bing Yun, "Will it be okay if I kill him?" Bing Yun frowned. She didn't doubt Yang Kai's words at all. She knew how powerful Yang Kai was. He had even killed Yang Kai from the Emperor realm, so how powerful could Feng Shi be? She pondered for a moment before saying, "It's best if you don't kill him. If you kill Feng Shi in front of everyone, Feng Xian will definitely not let it go. Although my Ice Heart Valley is not afraid of him, once the two sects go to war, countless disciples will die. The gains will not make up for the losses." "Understood," Yang Kai nodded, the corners of his mouth curling into a sinister smile as he said, "Then I'll cripple him." Hearing this, Bing Yun glanced at Feng Shi, who was rubbing his hands triumphantly, and a trace of sympathy appeared in her heart. On the other side, everyone had different expressions when they saw that Yang Kai really agreed to Feng Shi's challenge. The women from Ice Heart Valley were worried and anxious. Although they didn't know how powerful Yang Kai was, Feng Shi was still the Seeking Passion sect's young sect master. How could he not have some special skills? Even Zi might not be able to escape unscathed if she fought him alone. Could this Yang Kai really do it? On the contrary, Hu Yuan and the others were all excited. They weren't excited because of a battle between two Third-Order Dao Source Realm cultivators. They were all from the Emperor Realm, so what was so interesting about a battle between two Dao Source Realm cultivators? Instead, it was because the conflict between the great forces of Ice Heart Valley could be resolved through this battle. They didn't have to worry about the situation in the entire Northern Territory becoming unstable. This was also what they had hoped to see, so for Kai Yang to agree to this battle, they were still a little grateful. Everyone could see that Yang Kai could completely ignore this battle. Feng Xian was simply too unreasonable, oppressing others with his power. Thinking so, Hu Yuan hurriedly said, "I remember that there is a ready-made arena in the city. If you don't mind, why don't you go there?" Feng Xian nodded lightly and said, "In that case, let's go." Saying so, his body flickered, and his emperor qi surged as he disappeared with Feng Shi. Yarozhua glared coldly at Yang Kai with a mocking look on his face as he followed. "Master, if you really can't do it, why don't you let Ziyu go up? Feng Shi definitely won't dare to kill Ziyu. Besides, Ziyu is on par with him, so she may not necessarily be his opponent." Sun Yunxiu was a straightforward person. She said what was on her mind and didn't care about Yang Kai's feelings. She was just short of saying that Yang Kai was definitely not Feng Shi's opponent and would die if he went up. Chapter 24-28. Hearing this, Ziyu nodded. "Ancestral founder, I'm not afraid of him. He's just an embroidered pillow, he doesn't have any powerful abilities." Before Bing Yun could answer, Yang Kai laughed and said, "I appreciate junior sister Yu's kindness, but since he's just an embroidered pillow, there's no need for me to be afraid of him. Big brother, I'll beat him until his mother can't recognize him." Ziyu couldn't help but laugh when she heard his words. Bing Yun said, "Don't underestimate your enemy. I know a little about your abilities, and Feng Shi isn't your opponent. But I remember that when Feng Xian broke through to the Third Order Emperor realm, he also condensed an Emperor Authority bead just like me. If this Emperor Authority bead is in Feng Shi's hands, you must end this battle quickly, don't give him any chance." Yang Kai couldn't help but frown when he heard this. He wasn't afraid of Feng Shi's abilities, but he had to be wary of the Emperor Authority bead. He had used the Emperor Authority bead twice, and each time, it was extremely powerful. If Feng Shi really used the Emperor Authority bead, he definitely wouldn't be his opponent. Thinking of this, Yang Kai nodded and said, "I'll remember. But you don't have to worry too much. If he really uses the Emperor Authority bead, I'll take action," Bing Yun added. Yang Kai grinned and said, "With senior Bing Yun here, this junior can rest assured. Let's go first. If they wait too long, they might slander us again," Bing Yun said and led everyone to the center of Ice Moon City. The commotion here had already alarmed all the cultivator in Ice Moon City. Although many people didn't understand the whole story, everyone knew at this moment. The Seeking Passion sect's young sect master, Feng Shi, was going to compete with an unknown young cultivator in the arena. Almost all the cultivator in Ice Moon City rushed to the arena. By the time Kai Yang, Bing Yun, and the others arrived at the stage, they saw that it was completely surrounded by 3 layers of people on the inside and 3 layers on the outside. This arena looked quite imposing, as if the city lord of Ice Moon City had specially set it up for the cultivator to settle their grudges. There were dozens of large and small barriers on the arena, so the cultivator inside could do whatever he wanted. There was no need to worry about destroying the arena. The arena covered a large area, oval, with a radius of 1,000 feet. It was surrounded by high platforms to make it convenient for people to watch the battle. At this moment, the seats on the high platform were naturally filled, and people were constantly coming from all directions to watch the battle. Feng Shi was already standing in the center of the ring with a faint sneer on his face. His expression was unfathomable. Unparalleled arrogance. After seeing Yang Kai's figure, he stretched out his hand and gestured to Yang Kai, then slowly slid it around his neck, as if he wanted to kill Yang Kai. "You must be careful," Bing Yun whispered in Yang Kai's ear again. Yang Kai nodded slightly, then his figure flickered and he directly jumped onto the arena. He was 10 feet away from Feng Shi. They looked at each other from a distance. There was a commotion all around. Many people curiously looked at Yang Kai and pointed at him. They didn't know which corner he had come from, daring to meet the Seeking Passion sect's young master in the arena. Some busybodies even spread the news of what had happened in the inn. When they learned that Yang Kai had robbed 100,000 mid-rank source crystals from the Seeking Passion sect's sect master and snatched the vice sect master's space ring the night before, the crowd suddenly boiled over. Most of the cultivator living in Ice Moon City were loyal to Ice Heart Valley, so they naturally didn't like the Seeking Passion sect. Therefore, when they heard that the Seeking Passion sect's young master had suffered such a big loss at the hands of Yang Kai, they became excited. They were all in high spirits. The noise and discussion all around converged like a tide and reached Feng Shi's ears, causing his face to turn extremely ugly. His mood inevitably fluctuated a little. Feng Xian, who was quietly watching from the stands, seemed to have noticed this and coldly shouted, if you can't grind this boy's bones to dust today, you will no longer be our sect's young sect master. If you can do this, I promise you can marry Lady Ziyu. When Feng Shi heard this, he immediately became spirited. His face flushed with excitement as he proudly declared, Father, Master, rest assured. This son will not disappoint you. I will use this boy's blood and soul to wash away the shame of our sect and let him know the consequences of offending someone he shouldn't. Very good. Do it without holding back. Feng Xian nodded with satisfaction. Above the ring, Feng Shi's face was gloomy as he coldly looked at Yang Kai and said, Boy, you heard my father's words. If you don't want to suffer in vain, kneel down and kowtow to apologize now. This young master can give you a quick death. Otherwise. Before he could finish his words, Yang Kai, who was not far away, suddenly flickered and disappeared. Feng Shi turned pale with fright and hurriedly used his divine sense to investigate the surroundings, but to his surprise, there was no trace of Yang Kai's aura. This person seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Feng Shi didn't even see how Yang Kai disappeared. Just as Feng Shi was feeling suspicious, an instinctive sense of crisis arose in his heart. Without even thinking about it, Feng Shi let out a roar. As his source qi surged, an oval-shaped light curtain suddenly appeared on the surface of his body, completely enveloping him like a protective shield. This was undoubtedly an extremely high-grade defensive artifact. Moreover, it had no blind spots and was airtight. Feng Shi had just urged the power of his defensive artifact when Yang Kai appeared in front of him like a ghost. With a mocking look on his face, Yang Kai threw a punch at Feng Shi. This punch caused the wind and clouds to surge and the world to shake. Feng Shi's face paled. With a loud bang, the entire ring seemed to shake. Feng Shi felt as if a huge mountain was crashing into him. An unimaginable force was imprinted on his chest, causing his qi and blood to roil in an instant. The pain in his chest was unbearable, and he couldn't help but fly backward. The protective light curtain of the defensive artifact also caved in under the force of this punch, and a series of cracking noises could be heard. Feng Shi's face changed abruptly. He hurriedly looked up and saw that a crack had appeared on his Dao Source grade high-rank defensive artifact. It was a meter-long crack. Feng Shi's face suddenly turned pale. The shock in his heart couldn't be any greater. This was a Dao Source grade high-rank defensive artifact. Once it was activated, even if he stood still and allowed a cultivator of the same level to attack him, they wouldn't be able to break through his defense within 10 breaths. But what was wrong with this little brat? Just one punch had caused a crack to appear on his artifact. If he was hit by another punch, wouldn't his artifact be destroyed? In the stands, Feng Xian suddenly stood up. His eyes widened as his expression changed drastically. He was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. As soon as Yang Kai made a move, he realized that something was wrong. This little brat didn't seem to be an ordinary Dao Source Realm cultivator. His son was definitely not his opponent. So fast. So strong. Is this little brat still human? Hu Yuan also exclaimed. Young Sect Master was sent flying with a single punch. Who the hell is this person? Do you think he really is Sect Master Bing Yun's? You're courting death. Master Feng Xian can say that, but you dare to say it too. The group from the Emperor Realm were all knowledgeable. Even though they had just exchanged blows, in everyone's eyes, Feng Shi was no longer Yang Kai's opponent. Whether it was in terms of momentum or strength, Yang Kai had completely suppressed Feng Shi. It was only a matter of time before he won. The people from Iceheart Valley were also amazed at this moment. Originally, they were worried about Yang Kai, not knowing what the consequences would be if Yang Kai went up, but now, they didn't need to worry about him at all. Even Ziyu couldn't compare to him in terms of strength. They just didn't know if this was all he could do or if he still had strength to spare. The women quietly turned their heads to look at Bingyun and found that she looked indifferent. She didn't seem to be worried about Yang Kai at all. Only then did they realize that they had been overthinking things. Sun Yunxiu remembered that she had suggested Ziyu go up to replace Yang Kai and couldn't help but blush. You dare to be so long-winded in a life or death battle? Just watch how this young master beats your mouth. On the stage, Yang Kai didn't let his opponent off the hook as he chased after Fengxi. 5 colored rays of light bloomed on his fists as 5 elements' indestructible sword qi leisurely emerged and pulsed around his fists. Unsure if Fengxi had an emperor authority bead, Yang Kai didn't care about hiding his strength at this moment. He only wanted to end this battle quickly and kill Fengxi as soon as possible, so he didn't hold back at all. The 5 elements' indestructible sword qi lingered around his fist. The 5 elements mutually reinforced and restrained each other, making them unpredictable. Yang Kai smashed down again. With his current strength, he didn't even need to use an artifact to deal with a cultivator of the same level. Fengxi's figure was unstable as he watched Yang Kai's fist smash down. Feeling the terrifying power contained in it, his face suddenly turned pale. He had already felt the terror of Yang Kai's previous punch. Even his defensive artifact had been smashed open, so if this punch were to hit it again, his artifact would definitely be destroyed. If that happened, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Fengxi wanted to use his trump card, but he helplessly found that his blood and qi were tumbling in his chest and he couldn't summon his source qi. Frightened, he hurriedly shouted, "Father, Master, save me." In less than 10 breaths of time, Fengxi no longer had the confidence he had before. He was like a stray dog begging for help from his master. In the stands, Fengxian should have also noticed something was wrong. When Fengxi shouted those words, he had already taken action, reaching out and grabbing towards Yang Kai. No matter what, he couldn't let his son be killed by Yang Kai in front of so many people. Bingyun sneered, "Fengxian, I haven't seen you for 3,000 years, but your skin is still so thick. You have the nerve to intervene in a fight between the younger generation." As she spoke, she lightly struck out a palm towards Fengxian. "Bingyun, you really want to be this king's enemy?" Fengxian was furious, but he had no choice but to withdraw his hand and defend himself. Bingyun's strength was on par with his, so if he didn't defend himself, he would definitely be injured. If he was injured, the Seeking Passion sect would be in trouble. The two exchanged blows across the air, and the aftermath swept out like a storm, causing countless people to tremble uncontrollably. Some of the weaker ones even fainted. Chapter 24-29. In the arena, Yang Kai was like a ferocious tiger. The power of his 2 punches had destroyed Fengxi's defensive artifact. On the other hand, Fengxi staggered and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was in a sorry state. Before he could stabilize himself, Yang Kai caught up with him and punched him for the 3rd time. Fengxi's eyes widened as he felt the aura of death rushing towards him. His face suddenly turned pale. He realized that he had underestimated Yang Kai's strength. Yang Kai's attacks were endless, and he couldn't resist at all. If he had known this would happen, he would have used his trump card from the beginning. He originally thought that there was no gap in strength between him and Yang Kai. Even if there was a gap, it would be him suppressing his opponent. Yang Kai couldn't possibly be his opponent. But now, it seemed that he was too naive. Fengxi held his breath as he watched the fist smash down. His pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed as if he had been ambushed. His attacking fist suddenly retracted, and then his figure leaped and retreated. He then looked at the back of his hand with a solemn expression. The aura of death suddenly dispersed, but Fengxi screamed and shifted his gaze to his arm. The next moment, he understood what had happened and was overjoyed. On the other side, Yang Kai's eyes widened as he fixed his gaze on the back of his hand. Just as he was about to kill Fengxi, he suddenly felt a burning sensation on the back of his hand. He thought that he had been ambushed, so he didn't have time to kill Fengxi. He quickly retreated. It was more important to save his own life. The person who could ambush him without him noticing was definitely a master from the Emperor realm. But what made him feel strange was that Bingyun didn't seem to notice it either. However, after retreating to investigate, Yang Kai found that things weren't as he thought. The back of his hand was still burning, but there were no traces of a sneak attack. Instead, it was getting hotter. It was as if he had reached his hand into the depths of magma. Just as he was wondering what was going on, Fengxi suddenly screamed from the opposite side of the stage. He seemed to be in unbearable pain. Yang Kai looked up and saw Fengxi covering a certain part of his arm with one hand as he gritted his teeth and growled. He was not the only one. Cries of surprise could be heard from the surrounding viewing platforms. What's going on? Yang Kai's expression was solemn. With a blank look on his face, Yang Kai glanced in the direction of Iceheart Valley's group and found that Ziyu was also holding her arm, her forehead dripping with sweat. However, Yang Kai keenly noticed a problem, and that was that the people who were affected were all young people, and there weren't many of them. There were only about a dozen of them. There were men and women, and all of them were Dao Source Realm cultivators. Such a change in the viewing platforms also surprised those from the Emperor Realm. They didn't know what was going on with these rising stars. Bing Yun no longer had any intention of entangling with Feng Xian and hurriedly looked at Yang Kai with concern. And Ruo Yun, Sun Yun Xiu, and the others gathered around Ziyu and asked about the situation. Before they could ask what was going on, specks of starlight suddenly escaped from the backs of the hands and arms of the dozen or so young people who were affected, like countless fireflies gathering together. They slowly flew up into the sky, looking magnificent. This is... Bing Yun's beautiful eyes narrowed as she seemed to understand something all of a sudden. The masters from the various sects in the Northern Territory were also trembling with excitement, pointing at the specks of starlight with trembling lips. The burning sensation on the back of his hand suddenly disappeared, and when Yang Kai looked at it again, he found that there was a pentagonal mark on the back of his hand. A light flashed in his mind as he whispered, "Star Seal." This pentagonal mark was obviously the star seal of the Shattered Star Sea, a trophy he obtained from the Four Seasons realm. When he entered the Four Seasons realm on behalf of Azure Sun Temple, he obtained a total of 7 star seals. Later, he gave 6 to Azure Sun Temple and kept one for himself. After such a long time, this star seal had not moved at all, and Yang Kai almost forgot about it. But he didn't expect that at the critical moment of his life and death battle with Fengxi, a vision would suddenly appear. The star seal was the voucher to enter the Shattered Star Sea. Only those with star seals were eligible to enter the Shattered Star Sea. The Shattered Star Sea was rumored to be the place where the #1 master of the Star Realm, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, fell. Some even said that the inheritance of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor Great Emperors was hidden there, causing countless masters to scramble for it. Unfortunately, every time the Shattered Star Sea opened, the masters of the Emperor Realm could not enter. Only the cultivator below the Emperor Realm could enter. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor had fallen for tens of thousands of years. Over the past tens of thousands of years, countless sects within the 4 territories of the Star Realm had sent countless elite disciples into the Shattered Star Sea, hoping to find the inheritance of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor Great Emperors and figure out the mystery of how he could dominate the Star Realm and become invincible, but no one succeeded. The secret of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor Great Emperors seemed to have been buried somewhere in the Shattered Star Sea with his fall. If it was just this temptation alone, it might not have tempted so many cultivator. After all, there was only one heaven-devouring Great Emperor Great Emperors, and only one inheritance, so how could it be so easy to find? The key was that there were countless remnant stars in the Shattered Star Sea. As long as any cultivator could obtain these stars' star sources, they could better comprehend the world principles and advance to the Emperor Realm faster. Someone said that 7 out of 10 people from the Emperor Realm of the Star Realm had entered the Shattered Star Sea, which showed how much this sealed world could improve a cultivator. For a Dao Source Realm cultivator, entering the Shattered Star Sea was equivalent to taking half a step into the door of the Emperor Realm. This temptation was irresistible to any cultivator. There were also many masters from the Emperor Realm who had been working hard to find the entrance to the Shattered Star Sea, hoping to enter and take a look. But back then, when the Emperors besieged heaven-devouring Great Emperor, their battle had caused the world to shatter, the universe to shake, and the universe to turn upside down. The Shattered Star Sea had been hidden in a certain space crack, making it impossible for those experts to enter. In that battle, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor Great Emperors fell, but before he died, he also took several Great Emperors with him. In other words, the shattered star sea might not only contain the legacy of the heaven-devouring great emperor great emperors, but also the inheritances of other great emperor. Even if the inheritances of these great emperors could not be found, it would be good to find the artifacts and space rings that were discarded during the battle. As long as one could find one, that cultivator would no longer have to worry about cultivation resources in the future. For various reasons, the Shattered Star Sea received far more attention than any other sealed world in the Star Realm. It was a grand event that all the elite cultivators from the 4 great territories of the Star Realm would participate in. Compared to it, the Four Seasons realm was simply too weak. At this time, the Star Seal suddenly emitted a little starlight, and Yang Kai immediately understood what was going on. The Shattered Star Sea is open. In the stands, there was a sudden exclamation. Many cultivators from the Emperor realm stood up together with excited expressions. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and glared at Feng Shi, who was standing not far away, and sneered, "Count yourself lucky." If it weren't for the sudden movement of the Star Seal, Feng Shi would have been seriously injured by him at this moment. Yang Kai didn't know if this guy was fated to die or if he was just lucky enough to escape at such a critical moment. Now that the Star Seal had reacted, Yang Kai didn't dare to act rashly, lest something went wrong and he couldn't enter the Shattered Star Sea. The gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Feng Shi also had a Star Seal, so he would obviously enter the Shattered Star Sea. In this arena, Yang Kai could only cripple Feng Shi, but he couldn't kill him, so as to avoid triggering a war between Iceheart Valley and Seeking Passion Sect. But if he entered the Shattered Star Sea, he could completely avoid any future troubles, so he didn't have any intention of looking for trouble with Feng Shi at this moment and just stood there quietly. Feng Shi heard him and opened his mouth to refute, but when he met Yang Kai's cold eyes, he couldn't help shrinking his head and swallowing the words on the tip of his tongue. In just a few breaths of time, he had been suppressed by Yang Kai and had no chance to breathe, so how could he dare to provoke him now? Above the arena, Yang Kai looked around and saw more than a dozen people in the stands like him, their arms exuding starlight. Most of these people had someone from the Emperor realm standing next to them, giving them advice. They had undoubtedly followed these people from the Emperor realm to congratulate him, and they were all rising stars of the Northern Territory's great sects. Ziyu was also among them, with Enruo Yun, Sun Yun Xiu, and the others around her. Sun Yun Xiu was telling her something very quickly, and Ziyu kept nodding, glancing at Yang Kai from time to time. When their eyes met, Yang Kai gently nodded. Ziyu was undoubtedly a person with a star seal, so she would naturally go to the Shattered Star Sea like him. If they met there, they could cooperate. Yang Kai didn't know much about the Shattered Star Sea. Although he was a registered disciple of Azure Sun Temple and even had the highest level Azure Sun Gold token, he hadn't received much guidance from those from the Emperor realm in Azure Sun Temple, nor had he deliberately asked Wen Zishan and Jiao Shueting about the Shattered Star Sea. In this regard, he was inferior to those disciples from the great sects. After entering the Shattered Star Sea, if he met someone he knew, he could ask for a little information or slowly explore on his own. Speaking of which, he knew a lot of people. He knew most of the elite disciples of Azure Sun Temple, as well as the rising stars of the Southern Territory. Basically, he had dealt with them in the Four Seasons realm. This time, those people would definitely enter the Shattered Star Sea. Just as Yang Kai was pondering, Bing Yun's voice suddenly rang in his ears. The Shattered Star Sea is a great opportunity. Stay alive and come back alive. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. Bing Yun obviously wanted to tell him something more, but there was no chance. The next moment, the starlight that escaped from the back of everyone's hands suddenly thickened and gathered above everyone's heads. In the blink of an eye, the starlight directly converged into a starlight gate. Chapter 2430. As far as the eye could see, it was as if a star field that had shrunk countless times had appeared above everyone's head. It looked extremely mysterious. An unpredictable aura was emitted from the starlight door. Feeling this aura, everyone's spirit was shaken. Shortly after, the starlight door suddenly descended and enveloped the dozen or so people present. A dazzling light bloomed, and everyone couldn't open their eyes. When the light dissipated, the dozen or so people who were originally enveloped by the starlight disappeared. This scene was also happening everywhere in the star boundary at this moment. Thousands of Dao Source Realm cultivators from the 4 great territories had entered the Shattered Star Sea. In the stands of Ice Moon City, Fengxian glanced coldly at Bingyun before standing up and leaving. He didn't say a word of nonsense before leaving. At this moment, it was meaningless to say anything. The young people had already entered the Shattered Star Sea, so the marriage between Seeking Passion Sect and Iceheart Valley could only wait until Fengxi and Ziyu returned safely. If even one of them died inside, this marriage would definitely be called off. Bingyun undoubtedly had no intention of stopping him. Although she was not afraid of Fengxian, with their strength and identity, every word and action of theirs was closely related. In the cold and empty void, the broken stars were dilapidated and desolate, without the slightest bit of spiritual energy. The starry sky storm destroyed everything in its path, whistling as it came and went. The vast meteorite sea was like a river with no end in sight, spanning between the heaven and earth. It was quiet all around, as if the world had yet to be divided, and the heavens and earth had yet to be opened. Everything was still in chaos. Suddenly, somewhere in the void, a light flashed, and after the light dissipated, Yang Kai strangely appeared. Previously, when he was wrapped in the starlight in the arena, he immediately noticed a fluctuation of space force lingering around him. This feeling was very familiar to him, and he knew that this was the sign of long-distance transmission. It seemed that the reason why the star seal was used as a voucher to enter the Shattered Star Sea was because it was the connection point for this kind of long-distance transmission. Without a star seal, one couldn't be transmitted to the Shattered Star Sea. As soon as he appeared, he raised his eyes and looked around. He couldn't help but be stunned by what he saw, and a look of reminiscence appeared in his eyes. Because everything he saw was so familiar, it gave him the illusion that he had returned to the Hung Luo starfield. Back when he was in the Hung Luo starfield, he had traveled to many cultivation stars and traveled back and forth in the star territory many times. He often saw this scene in front of him. The only thing that was different was that the scene in front of him seemed to be even more bleak than some places in Hung Luo starfield. There was no sign of life. Everywhere he looked, there was only broken ground. Yang Kai even saw a broken cultivation star. This cultivation star was at least a month away from Yang Kai's current location and was no smaller than Shadowed Star, but the left half of this cultivation star had been destroyed by some kind of inexplicable violent force, leaving only half of it intact. There were shattered stars all around. There were actually quite a few of them. Yang Kai's heart shook violently. He didn't know what kind of powerful force was required to do such a thing. But the person who did this was definitely a master on the level of the great emperors. Could this battlefield where many great emperors besieged the heaven-devouring great emperor be the territory of some star? Such a thought suddenly popped into Yang Kai's mind. Otherwise, why would there be a broken cultivation star in the Shattered Star Sea? If this was the case, then this battle was definitely a disaster for this star territory. Perhaps it was because of that battle that this star territory was so bleak and was swallowed by a void crevice that could only open at special times. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's face sank. He found it hard to imagine. What would the consequences of that battle have been if it had happened in Hung Luo Starfield? If this was the case, then the scene in front of him was the future of Hung Luo Starfield. There would be no Tongxian realm, no Water Moon Star, and no Shadowed Star. There would only be broken stars and a broken battlefield that would never recover. Just as he was contemplating, a strange energy fluctuation suddenly came from behind him. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that about 1,000 feet away from him, a person had suddenly appeared and was also looking around blankly like him. After seeing this person's face, Yang Kai grinned and laughed. "Young sect master, we are really fated to meet." He didn't know if it was because they were standing together in the arena when the Shattered Star Sea opened, but Fengxi appeared near him at this moment. However, the other rising stars of the Northern Territory were nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai didn't know where they had been teleported to. Previously, his attack had failed because of the Star Seals phenomenon, so Yang Kai was naturally overjoyed to see him again. While speaking, Yang Kai had already pounced towards Fengxi. This was the Shattered Star Sea, so there weren't many spectators, including Fengxian and Yarozhuo. Even if he killed Feng Shi here, no one would know, and there was no need to worry about triggering a war between Iceheart Valley and Seeking Passion Sect. How could Yang Kai miss such a good opportunity? Therefore, Yang Kai went all out in this attack, preparing to kill Feng Shi in one blow. Feng Shi also came back to his senses at this moment. Seeing Yang Kai rushing towards him, he didn't panic in the slightest, nor did he show any intention of dodging or defending. Instead, he stood in place and stared coldly at Yang Kai, sneering, "There was a path to heaven, but you refused to take it. There is no door to hell, so go to hell." Saying so, he raised his hand and threw a bead at Yang Kai. A terrifying might suddenly spread out, and a dense emperor pressure swept out in all directions, causing the starry sky to tremble. Emperor Authority Bead. Yang Kai's face changed drastically as he cried out in alarm. Although Bing Yun had warned him before, and he had been wary of Feng Shi's trump card, the Emperor Authority Bead, Yang Kai couldn't be sure whether he had it or not before Feng Shi summoned it. But now, the truth was right in front of him, so Yang Kai couldn't doubt it. Feng Shi really did have an Emperor Authority Bead. Yang Kai didn't know if it was because Feng Shi had scared him in the arena just now, but when they met again, Feng Shi decisively summoned the Emperor Authority Bead. How could Yang Kai dare to face the Emperor Authority Bead condensed by a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master head-on? After realizing that the situation was bad, Yang Kai quickly turned around, and with the help of space principles, his figure retreated a few thousand meters. Hong. A soul-shaking throbbing enveloped Yang Kai as Feng Xian's phantom suddenly appeared in the empty void. It was gigantic, with its head touching the sky and its feet firmly planted on the ground. Staring blankly at Yang Kai, it leisurely pointed a finger at him. A low chant resounded across 100 kilometers, "Seeking Passion Finger." As soon as the low chant sounded, Yang Kai felt the aura of death chasing after him from behind. Shocked, he roared, "Dragon form." Dragon scales suddenly covered his body, and Yang Kai's hands turned into dragon claws. Not only that, Yang Kai also urged his 5 elements indestructible sword chi to condense it on his back as a form of protection. Since an ant is going to die, why bother struggling? Ha 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 ha. Feng Shi stood proudly in the void, watching Yang Kai's fleeing figure, and couldn't help laughing complacently. Although he had sacrificed an Emperor Authority Bead, one less trump card, and almost all of his source chi had been drained, as long as he could kill Yang Kai, everything was worth it. Yang Kai dared to steal his woman and made him lose face in the arena of Ice Moon City. Feng Shi already hated him to the bone and wanted to kill him as soon as possible. However, he didn't expect to meet this guy as soon as he arrived in the Shattered Star Sea. This was simply a heaven-sent opportunity, so how could Feng Shi miss it? He didn't believe that Yang Kai, a cultivator from the Third Order Dao Source Realm, could survive his father's Emperor Authority Bead. Yang Kai had just used his dragon transformation secret technique when a huge force hit his back. He felt his head go numb, and his back felt like it was being torn apart. The pain was unbearable, and his bones creaked. He felt a sweet taste in his throat as he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He didn't have time to check his injuries and used his space force to teleport forward again. There was only a fine line between life and death. At this moment, the power of the Emperor Authority Bead had yet to fully erupt, but it was already giving him so much pressure. If it fully erupted, Yang Kai estimated that even if he was proficient in the Tao of space, he wouldn't be able to escape. The thick Emperor pressure followed closely behind him, constantly shrouding the surrounding space and sealing it. Yang Kai knew that once he was enveloped, he wouldn't be able to escape even if he grew wings. Hong long long. Violent and continuous sounds kept ringing behind him, but the power of the Emperor Authority Bead still followed him like a shadow. Yang Kai bit the tip of his tongue and madly burned his blood essence, increasing his speed significantly. In the blink of an eye, he had traversed several thousand meters. Another muffled sound rang out. The power of the Emperor Authority Bead seemed to have only suddenly erupted at this moment. In the direction Yang Kai was escaping, a huge black hole suddenly appeared. Inside this black hole, there was nothing but chaos, causing one's heart to palpitate uneasily. Feng Xian's phantom still stood in the void, staring in the direction Yang Kai had escaped. After a long time, This phantom gradually dissipated. Ha 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 ha, now you're dead. You want to fight with this young master? You're still too inexperienced. Fengxi thought that young Kai was dead for sure and couldn't help laughing out loud. However, this laughter caused his body to weaken and he couldn't help coughing violently. After calming down with great difficulty, Fengxi glared in the direction of the black hole before turning around and flying off in another direction. In order to summon the Emperor Authority Bead, he had almost exhausted all of his source qi, so he had to find a place to recover quickly. Otherwise, if he encountered any danger here, he wouldn't be able to fight back. The Shattered Star Sea was not a safe place. In this damned place, in order to find the inheritances of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, anyone was an enemy. They could kill each other without asking for any reason. On the other side, Yang Kai, who Fengxi thought was dead for sure, dragged his seriously injured body into the asteroid sea with great difficulty. At this time, Yang Kai's vision was blurred and he seemed to be on the verge of passing out at any moment. Since he started cultivating, he felt that he had never suffered such a serious injury. Chapter 2431. Even though the Emperor Authority Bead had only brushed past him, Yang Kai felt as if his back had been torn apart and his internal organs had been displaced. Even without using his divine sense to investigate, Yang Kai knew that his back was now a bloody mess. If not for his proficiency in the Tao of space and his decisiveness in fleeing, he would have been reduced to ashes by now. Gasping for breath, his face as pale as paper, Yang Kai struggled to shuttle through the asteroid sea for a while before finding a relatively large asteroid to hide in. Summoning the Sealed World Bead, Yang Kai's figure flickered as he entered the Sealed World Bead. This asteroid sea was in a moving state, and under the influence of an inexplicable force, it was moving in a certain direction towards the depths of this boundless star territory. Yang Kai did not know where it was heading, but at this moment, Yang Kai could not care too much and could only focus on healing his injuries. Near the medicine garden, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, grabbed a handful of healing spirit pills from his space ring, and stuffed them into his mouth before circulating his secret art to neutralize the medicinal efficacies. At the same time, he gathered the vitality of the immortal tree for his own use. This time, Fengxi's injuries were not light, but Yang Kai was not too worried. His constitution was extremely strong, and there was also the immortal tree planted in the medicine garden. As long as he did not die on the spot, he would fully recover one day. In order to escape from the Emperor Authority Bead, Yang Kai had burned a lot of his blood essence, making his body extremely weak. It would take a long time for him to recover. In the Shattered Star Sea, a storm was brewing as tens of thousands of Tao Source Realm elites from the star boundary poured into this place in search of opportunities and hire Heavenly Way Martial Tao, hoping to break through to the Emperor Realm here. In the asteroid sea, Yang Kai was in seclusion. He was focused on healing. In a flash, a month passed. After a month, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and exhaled softly, a complicated look flashing across his eyes. He did not expect that his healing this time would take so long. This was something that had never happened before. As expected of the Emperor Authority Bead condensed by a third-order Emperor Realm Master. While the power of the Seeking Passion Finger had injured him, it had also seeped into his body. It was to get rid of this power. Yang Kai had only spent a month's time, otherwise, with his physique and the effects of the immortal tree, he could have completely recovered in a few days. His injuries had already healed without leaving behind any sequelae. His strength had also returned to its peak state. However, Yang Kai was not in a hurry to leave the Sealed World Bead. First, he used his spiritual force to scan the outside world and found that it was quiet all around. There was not a single person in sight. After confirming that it was safe, he flipped his hand, and in the next moment, 4 beads of different colors appeared in his palm. These 4 pearls were the spring, summer, autumn, and winter pearls. They were left behind by the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor. A long time ago, Yang Kai had speculated that collecting all 4 pearls of spring, summer, autumn, and winter would bring him unexpected gains. It was a pity that he never had the chance to see the Pearl of Winter. However, he did not expect that he would gain something in Iceheart Valley this time. Fengshi's Emperor Authority bead made him aware of some dangers. With his current strength, he did not need to fear a cultivator of the same level, but he had to be on guard against the trump cards of these cultivators. Fengshi had an Emperor Authority bead, so who could be sure that the enemies he would encounter would not have one? Even if they did not have an Emperor Authority bead, or did they not have any other trump cards? After all, the cultivator who could come to the Shattered Star Sea was an elite of the star boundary. Many of them were the descendants of the powerful the Emperor realm and the elite disciples of the various top sects. Many of these people could not be underestimated. Underestimating them might cost one's life. Therefore, Yang Kai was eager to improve his strength. He was now in the Third Order Dao Source realm. If he improved further, he would be in the Emperor realm. However, how could it be so easy to break through in the Emperor realm? The opportunity was not there yet. Yang Kai did not know when he would be able to peek into the mysteries of the Emperor realm. Since he could not break through, he could only start with secret techniques. The Four Seasons beads were undoubtedly the best choice. If he could comprehend them thoroughly, he might be able to obtain the inheritance of the Great Emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. The Great Emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor were proficient in the principles of time. In his era, he was a top master. If he could obtain his inheritance, it would definitely be of great help to his strength. Therefore, Yang Kai did not hesitate too much. After taking out the Four Seasons beads, he began to comprehend them, hoping to gain some benefits. Strangely enough, when the bead of winter met the bead of summer in Iceheart Valley's restricted area, there was some resonance between the two, but when these four beads were gathered together, there was no reaction at all. Yang Kai did not know how to stimulate the power of the Four Seasons beads, so he could only put them together in the palm of his hand, circulate his secret art, and comprehend them quietly. He was not too impatient. On the contrary, his mind was calm. Gradually, he entered an ethereal state. His mind was empty, and his body and mind relaxed, as if he was floating in the clouds. He had completely forgotten where he was and what he was here for. He was completely immersed in this feeling that he could not extricate himself from. Half a month passed, then a month passed, then 2 months passed. The Four Seasons bead still showed no reaction, but Yang Kai was madly absorbing the world energy in the small sealed world bead, making his source chi more vigorous and pure. The realm of the Third Order Dao Source realm was steadily rising, and he was about to reach a peak. On a certain day 3 months later, Kai Yang's mind suddenly shook. A kind of vibration from the depths of his soul startled him. Following that, a scorching hot feeling spread from the palm of his hand. Opening his eyes, he saw 4 colored lights suddenly escape from his palm. Like ribbons, they slowly fluttered up and wrapped around his body. Each of the 4 colored lights gave birth to an extremely special concept and principle strength. The 4 principles resonated with each other and complemented each other. They had the characteristics of the 5 elements. The power of the 4 seasons. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He realized that he had unintentionally stimulated the power of the 4 seasons beads. Feeling it again, the 4 seasons beads that he was holding in his palm had disappeared, leaving only the 4 colored lights fluttering around him. Yang Kai immediately understood that this was his opportunity. He did not dare to neglect it. He closed his eyes again and immersed himself in comprehending the power of the 4 seasons beads. Unlike the ethereal state of meditation he had been in a few months ago, this time he comprehended with a goal in mind. As soon as he opened his mind, he noticed the 4 extremely special principles of power around him. The spring breeze was pleasant, the summer was hot, the autumn was bleak, and the winter was covered in snow. They seemed to form a strange cycle. The power of the 4 seasons beads constantly overlapped, changing the flowing time Great Emperor. It was endless and continuous. Yang Kai suddenly sank into it and forgot the concept of time. His entire body was already like an outsider that had been exiled by time, and the skin on his face was slowly aging. In the short time for an incense stick to burn, he'd become an extremely old man with grizzled hair, yet at a certain critical point, he'd glowed with vigor and returned to the beautiful days of his youth. This cycle repeated over and over again, and it seemed to be extremely strange. The principles of the 4 seasons were surging, and even the environment around Yang Kai was constantly changing. The herbs planted in the medicine garden also seemed to have experienced the flowing time Great Emperor's reincarnation in a very short period of time, growing wildly. With the exception of the immortal tree and the firmament tree, which were not affected by the principal strength, the other spirit grasses and spirit medicines were growing very well. Yang Kai felt like he was in a dream. In this strange dream, he constantly wandered between the stages of youth and old man. He used his body to remember the feeling of the flowing time Great Emperor, and used his body and mind to experience the concept of time passing by. Gradually, some vague ideas appeared in his mind. He wanted to see these ideas clearly, but there seemed to be a thin film in front of him, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not penetrate this thin film. And every time his body reincarnated, these vague ideas became clearer to him. Finally, at that moment, this vague thought turned into a kind of enlightenment. Yang Kai suddenly woke up from the nightmare, his eyes shining like stars. The four-colored light continued to hover around him, fluttering in the air like four ribbons. Yang Kai remained motionless, his expression extremely solemn, his hands quickly forming a mysterious seal, whispering in a low voice, "The flowing time Great Emperor's withering glory, like a shuttle, like a dream." His voice was very slow, but his movements were even slower. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a mysterious seal was formed. The next moment, the four-colored light that had been fluttering around him seemed to have received some kind of command, suddenly turning into fluorescent spots and drilling into his vital acupoints. Hong, with Yang Kai as the center, an invisible aura suddenly spread out in all directions with astonishing momentum. After everything stabilized, Yang Kai's eyes flashed with surprise. It's the time principle. The flowing time Great Emperor is really amazing, the Great Emperors. In this world, only the law of time could be on par with the law of space. No matter which of these two principal forces it was, they were extremely obscure existences, difficult to grasp and even more difficult to cultivate. Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space by chance. Along the way, he had encountered some cultivator who had grasped the basics of the Tao of space, but in terms of proficiency, other than himself, it was probably Li Wuyi, whom Mo Xiaoqi had once mentioned. Li Wuyi was proficient in the Tao of space and was famous in the entire star boundary, but he was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so basically no one dared to find trouble with him. There were still some people who could grasp the basics of the Tao of space, but Yang Kai had never encountered anyone who cultivated the Tao of time. In comparison, the Tao of time seemed to be more difficult to grasp than the Tao of space. But the flowing time Great Emperor, the Great Emperors, had cultivated it to an extremely high level. Yang Kai originally thought that the Four Seasons Force was the overlapping of the Four Seasons, the replacement of the flowing time Great Emperor, but after comprehending the condensed seal this time, he understood that the flowing time Great Emperor had already sublimated the Four Seasons Force to the level of the Tao of time, and had a very high level of attainment in it. And thanks to the flowing time Great Emperor, Great Emperors, and the power of the Four Seasons beads, Yang Kai could now be considered to have grasped the basics of the Tao of time. Since ancient times, he might be the only person who could cultivate both the Tao of space and the Tao of time at the same time. Chapter 2432. After silently comprehending his gains this time, Yang Kai slowly stood up. Liu Yang and Hua Qing-sai were nearby. He didn't know when they came over. They were probably attracted by the noise he made here, but the two of them were far away and didn't dare to approach. At this moment, seeing Yang Kai stand up, the two women looked at each other and floated over. "Master, what kind of secret technique did you comprehend before? Why did your appearance and body keep changing?" Liu Yang asked nervously. "My appearance changed?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise. He thought it was just a dream, but he didn't expect it to be true. No wonder he could comprehend the law of time and condense the secret technique seal of the flowing time Great Emperor. It turned out that his body had been constantly changing from an old man to a young man. He used the changes in his body to remember the flowing time Great Emperor and the passage of time. It was reasonable that he could comprehend the law of time. "Well, you look very pitiful when you're old." Hua Qing-sai also nodded. Yang Kai smiled slightly and didn't care. People would always be born, grow old, get sick, and die. This was a cycle. After comprehending the law of time, young Kai was very open-minded about it. After pondering for a moment, he said, "That's the secret technique of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor." Liu Yang and Hua Qing-Sai's eyes lit up when they heard this. Liu Yang said in surprise, "Master, you've obtained the inheritance of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor?" Although young Kai also had the inheritance of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor, that thing couldn't be cultivated by humans. The flowing time great emperor was different. If he could really obtain his inheritance, his future would be smooth sailing. Young Kai shook his head and said, "I also thought that the Four Seasons Pearl hid the inheritance of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor. But that's not the case. That's just a secret technique of the flowing time great emperor of the great emperors of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor, but I really did gain a lot." Yang Kai felt that it didn't matter if he didn't obtain the inheritance of the flowing time great emperor. As long as he persevered in cultivation, he could one day reach the height of the flowing time great emperor of the great emperors of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor. But before that, he needed to cultivate the law of space to the extreme. Biting off more than one could chew, and Yang Kai understood this truth. "How long has it been?" Yang Kai suddenly asked again. He had been in the alternate reincarnation of the flowing time great emperor before, so he couldn't feel the passage of time at all, so he didn't know how long he had cultivated this time. "Almost a year," Hua Qing-Sai said. Liu Yang and Hua Qing-Sai had already sensed it since Yang Kai was injured and came in. Calculating the time, it was almost a year. A year. Yang Kai was shocked. He thought that even if it took a little time, it would definitely not be more than 2 to 3 months. But he didn't expect that a full year had passed. In other words, in the first year of the Shattered Star Sea's opening, apart from healing, he had been comprehending the mysteries of the Four Seasons Pearl. He didn't know if this was a waste of time. Yang Kai didn't know how long the Shattered Star Sea would be open. If it was only open for a year, wouldn't he have wasted this opportunity? Thinking of this, Yang Kai's face turned black. An inexplicable sense of crisis grew in him. "I'll go out and see what's going on here," Yang Kai said, then turned around and rushed out of the sealed world bead. A year passed just like that, but he didn't get any benefits, so Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little anxious. After leaving the sealed world bead, Yang Kai returned to the huge asteroid and looked around. He found that the surrounding scenery was the same as what he saw when he first came to the Shattered Star Sea, not much different. But Yang Kai was sure that this was not where he first came from. Perhaps he was hundreds of millions of kilometers away. This was because the meteorite sea was moving forward at an extremely fast speed. Only God knew where it would bring him to. With a flicker, Yang Kai flew out of the asteroid sea and summoned his wooden boat. It was said that the Shattered Star Sea was a great opportunity for a Dao Source Realm cultivator, but Yang Kai didn't know where this opportunity was, so he could only walk around and try his luck first. For a few days, he didn't encounter any problems, but he did encounter several starfield storms. The starfield storms in the Shattered Star Sea were extremely terrifying. Wherever they swept, even the void would collapse. Yang Kai's scalp tingled, and he didn't dare to get involved. He also didn't encounter any cultivator. In this vast starfield, it seemed that he was the only living person. This made Yang Kai wonder if the Shattered Star Sea had closed, causing all the cultivators who entered here to leave while he stayed behind. If that was the case, then it would be terrible. On this day, while Yang Kai was flying in the void, he suddenly felt a slight heat on the back of his hand. He raised his brow and looked at the back of his hand. It was the location of his star seal brand. At this moment, this star seal was exuding a faint light, and there was an extremely weak force coming from a certain direction, guiding his star seal. Yang Kai was puzzled, not knowing what this star seal was resonating with. After pondering for a moment, he changed his direction and flew forward, following the source of the force. No matter what was there was always some movement. It was better to go and take a look than to run around like a headless fly. The starfield was so vast that even if Yang Kai flew at full speed, it still took him 2 hours to reach it. After 2 hours, a broken cultivation star appeared in front of him. This cultivation star wasn't big, but it wasn't small either, belonging to the mid-range category. Just like the shattered star that Yang Kai had seen when he first entered the Shattered Star Sea, it was mostly broken, with only a small part of the stars still remaining in the void. As far as the eye could see, this tattered cultivation star was devoid of life, and there wasn't the slightest bit of greenery. Even after tens of thousands of years, this cultivation star still seemed to have the terrifying aura of the great emperor's desperate battle of life and death. And the power that was guiding his 5-point star seal was coming from this shattered star. Yang Kai was surprised, wondering what was so special about this shattered star that it could resonate with his star seal. Controlling the wooden boat, Yang Kai turned into a rainbow and flew towards a certain place on the shattered star. After a short while, Yang Kai came to the surface of the shattered star and stood on the stars to look around. All he could see was a messy landscape with innumerable large and small pits, as dark as an abyss. After arriving here, the 5-point star seal on the back of his hand became slightly brighter, allowing Yang Kai to immediately confirm that he had found the right place. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai scanned the surroundings and soon raised his brow, revealing a look of joy as he whispered, "Star's star source?" He possessed the star's star source of Shadowed Star, and as the Star Master of Shadowed Star, he was most familiar with the aura of Star's star source. On this broken cultivation star, there was still some remnant power of the star's star source. However, Yang Kai didn't know if it was because this place was too damaged, but the star's star source was also broken and incomplete. Star's star source was a good thing for a cultivator in the star boundary. A cultivator with star's star source could better perceive the world principles through it, making it easier for them to break through. However, it was very difficult for a cultivator in the star boundary to obtain star's star source because star's star source could only be born from cultivation stars. There were very few such treasures in the star boundary, and even if there were, they would be taken away by some powerful cultivators. It was very rare for an ordinary cultivator to see them. But here, there was star's star source. Although it was incomplete and broken, it was still a star source. It turned out that the legends were true. In this Shattered Star Sea, there were indeed many broken star's star sources. If a Dao Source Realm cultivator could absorb these star sources for their own use, it would be of great benefit to them when they broke through to the Emperor Realm in the future. Could it be that the star seal resonated with these star sources and led me here? Yang Kai secretly guessed, but no one could confirm it with him, so he didn't know if this guess was correct or not. If this was the case, then the star seal was a guiding light. As long as one followed the direction of the star seal, they would definitely be able to harvest the star source. Just as Kai Yang was guessing, he suddenly sensed something and turned his head towards the sky. He saw that in the sky, 2 dazzling rays of light had suddenly descended from the sky. A moment later, they landed right near him. The brilliance dissipated, revealing 2 figures. Both of them were men and seemed to be from the same sect. Because their auras and clothes were somewhat similar, Yang Kai didn't know how they gathered together in this Shattered Star Sea. Both of their cultivations were at the 3rd Order Dao Source Realm, and they were extremely condensed and vigorous. They didn't look like ordinary Dao Source Realm cultivators and were most likely disciples of that great sect. Yang Kai noticed that both of them had a 5-point star seal on the back of their hands, which was exuding a faint light. It seemed that these two, like him, had been led here by the star seal. At first sight of these 2 people, Yang Kai wasn't surprised but happy. Because as long as there were still living people here, it meant that he wasn't alone in the Shattered Star Sea. It was just his bad luck that he hadn't met anyone in the past few days. In an instant, Kai Yang looked at the 2 of them with a face full of excitement. The 2 didn't know why Yang Kai was so excited, but they both looked arrogant and insufferably arrogant. After glancing at Yang Kai faintly, they didn't put him in their eyes anymore and released their divine senses to check the situation around them. One of them frowned slightly and said, "The source strength here is so thin." "Yeah, it's not as good as the one we met yesterday," the other nodded in agreement. "But it's better than nothing. Many grains of sand make a tower, many a little makes a mickle. We can't let it go just because it's too little." As the man spoke, he glanced at Yang Kai again and shouted, "What are you looking at?" Why don't you get the hell out of here? The other person also sneered and said, the star's source strength here is ours. Boy, if you know what's good for you, you'd better get the hell out of here. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. The two of them went back and forth, obviously trying to intimidate him, causing Yang Kai's face to darken. Chapter 24:33. The source strength here was so thin that Yang Kai didn't really care much about it. After all, he already had the complete source strength of Shadowed Star, but these two were acting so arrogantly as soon as they arrived, so Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. After thinking about it, Yang Kai didn't lose his temper and instead cupped his fists and said, "Two friends, I have something I want to ask. I wonder if you can answer me." The man who spoke first glanced sideways at Yang Kai and coldly snorted, "What is it?" Yang Kai said, "Are you attracted here because your star seal has a connection with the source strength here?" The man glanced at Yang Kai in surprise and sneered, "Are you not?" Yang Kai grinned and said, "Naturally." It turned out that the star seal could really sense the source strength of stars. Although he had some guesses before, because no one had confirmed it with him, he wasn't too sure. Now, after hearing this man's answer, Yang Kai immediately understood that the star seal on the back of his hand was not just a pass to enter the Shattered Star Sea, but also had other uses. The man said angrily, "Since that is the case, why ask when you already know the answer?" "How ridiculous." Yang Kai chuckled and said, "I was just asking casually. Why are you so angry, friend? Do you know how long the Shattered Star Sea is open and closed?" As soon as this remark came out, the two men both looked at Yang Kai with strange expressions, as if they had noticed something. One of them said, "It seems that you know nothing about this place." Yang Kai's expression turned solemn as he cupped his fists and said, "Please enlighten me." He really knew nothing about the Shattered Star Sea. There was nothing to hide about this. Although he could also find out some information by himself, it was not as fast as inquiring from others. Although these two men didn't seem to be easy to deal with, it didn't prevent Yang Kai from probing them for information. The other man laughed and said, "Brother, someone actually came to the Shattered Star Sea without knowing anything. Didn't this guy have a master or elder to teach him?" He looked as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Yang Kai said with a cold face, "So what if I don't have a master or an elder? Is it that funny?" That person's smile faded. He said, "It's not that funny. It's just that it's really surprising that someone without a master or elder could come here." "Friend, you haven't answered my question yet," Yang Kai urged. "What's in it for me to answer you?" The other party snorted. Yang Kai said, "How about I give the source energy of this place to you two friends?" He paused for a moment and continued, "I came here first. So long as the two of you can answer my questions, I'll leave right away. You can also take the source energy here. I won't interfere at all." The junior brother said angrily, "Who would dare to snatch the source strength that my brother and junior brother want? Why would we need you to do such a favor?" The brother waved his hand and said, "Friend, since you are so easy to talk to, then it would be impolite for us to refuse." Hearing this, the junior brother curled his lips and looked unhappy. The brother continued, "After the Shattered Star Sea opens, no one knows when it will end, nor is it fixed. According to ancient records, every time the Shattered Star Sea opens, it will last for 2 years. The shortest is 2 years. The longest is 10 years. Moreover, it will end without any warning. Once the secret territory closes, all the cultivator here will be expelled, no matter where you are. Friend, are you satisfied with this answer? It's not a fixed time." Yang Kai was a little surprised, but it was not the first time he had encountered such a thing, so he quickly calmed down. However, according to this person, the Shattered Star Sea would open for at least 2 years. In other words, he had at least 1 year to gain experience here, which was not bad. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Thank you. Goodbye." Although he still had a lot of things he did not understand, these two people were not easy to talk to. If he continued to ask, they might not tell the truth. Instead of being misled, it was better to explore on his own or wait until he met an acquaintance to inquire about it. While speaking, Yang Kai turned around and flew into the air. The moment he turned around, the eyes of the senior brother who had previously answered his question suddenly lit up. With a slight flick of his wrist, a jet-black light shot out and arrived behind Yang Kai in the blink of an eye. Seeing that the pitch-black light was about to pierce through Yang Kai's chest, at the critical moment, he suddenly twisted his body and avoided the sneak attack of the pitch-black light by a hair's breadth. The next moment, Yang Kai stood in mid-air, looked down coldly, and said indifferently, "What is the meaning of this?" The brother was shocked and could not help but exclaim, "He dodged it. How is that possible? When he attacked earlier, there was no sign, nor did he reveal the slightest murderous intent. Logically speaking, Yang Kai should not have been able to detect it, but in fact, Yang Kai seemed to have foreseen it and dodged the attack the moment it was about to hit him. This person is not a pushover, the brother thought to himself. His junior brother still looked as if he did not put Yang Kai in his eyes and sneered, "Isn't it obvious what you mean? Why do you like to ask questions that you already know the answer to? You too want to kill me?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said sadly, "I have met you two by chance and have no past grievances. You two have taken a fancy to this place's origin source and I have offered it to you with both hands. I have no intention of competing with you. I am so kind, but you two actually want to kill me. You've made me so sad. The most basic trust between people is gone." The brother's mouth twitched and he said, "If you don't want to die, leave behind your right hand and get out of here." The junior brother also nodded in agreement. "Yes, if you want to live, cut off your right hand. My brother and I will spare your life, otherwise, next year today will be the anniversary of your death." Yang Kai frowned and asked, "What do you two want my right hand for? Don't you have your own hands?" The junior brother sneered and said, "Do you think your right hand is very popular? What we want is not your right hand, but the star seal on the back of your hand. We have already entered the shattered star sea. What's the point of snatching my star seal?" Yang Kai still looked puzzled. "You really don't know anything." The junior brother laughed. "My brother and I will be good people to the end today and give you a piece of information for free. In the shattered star sea, snatching other people's star seals is a common thing. As for the reason and benefits, you will understand in the future." The brother said with a calm face, "Friend, since you can avoid my blow, it seems that your skills are extraordinary, but do you think you can beat my brother and I working together? If you don't want to die, cooperate obediently. Otherwise, after killing you, I can still take your star seal." Yang Kai stroked his chin and said lightly, "Your words really make people curious. What benefits can you get by snatching other people's star seals? I'm so curious that I want to kill you too. Kill us." Hearing this, the junior brother's eyes widened and then he laughed. He pointed at Yang Kai and said to the other brother, "Brother, did you hear what he just said? He actually said that he wants to kill us. Is this boy still dreaming?" The brother coldly snorted, "Since this friend refuses a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, then there's no need to be polite with him. Attack together." As soon as these words fell, the junior brother's laughter disappeared and his face became gloomy. The two men circulated their source chi and were about to attack. Yang Kai suddenly formed a seal with both hands and a strange and inexplicable principal strength suddenly surged out and shrouded the brother and junior brother. The two men, who were about to attack, inexplicably shuddered and an instinctive sense of crisis grew in their hearts. As if they heard the call of death, their clothes were instantly soaked in sweat. They wanted to look up and see what kind of magical secret technique Yang Kai had used, but what shocked the two of them was that their thoughts came to a halt at this moment and their bodies couldn't move. Everything around them became incomparably silent, and even time stopped flowing. Everything was frozen at this moment. A low murmur sounded in the ears of the two men, extremely cold, causing their hands and feet to shiver. Flowing time, great emperor, withering glory, shuttling dream, flowing time, great emperor, shuttling seal. As soon as these words fell, Yang Kai slapped his palm towards the two brother and a mysterious seal burst out. Before the two brother and junior brother could react, the seal directly landed on their bodies. Two muffled groans sounded at the same time as the principle of time madly eroded the bodies of the two brother and junior brother, causing their vitality to drain away in a very short time. At a speed visible to the naked eye, The black hair of these two people turned white at an extremely fast speed, and then fell off. Even their skin began to wrinkle, and their originally healthy and strong bodies turned into old men within 10 breaths of time. They staggered and could not stand steadily. Hundreds of thousands of years seemed to have passed by them in an instant, leaving only deep marks on their bodies. The strangest thing was that the two of them maintained a sluggish posture, seemingly unaware of the changes in their bodies, their eyes empty. It wasn't until a certain moment that the two of them suddenly came back to their senses and fell to the ground together. Mars. Brother. The junior brother, who originally looked quite handsome, now looked no different from an old man with half of his neck buried in the ground. His eyes were sunken as he stared in horror at the brother beside him, whose silhouette could still be vaguely seen. Using his toothless mouth, he said vaguely, "How did you become like this?" "Junior brother, you." The brother also had a look of horror on his face as he looked at his junior brother with the same look in his eyes. Only then did the junior martial brother come to his senses and touch his face. He then put his withered hands in front of his eyes and stared at them in a daze for a while before he cried out in alarm. "You! What did you do to us?" The brother raised his head with difficulty and looked towards the sky, his turbid eyes overflowing with horror and despair. He had never seen or even heard of such a strange thing. With just one move, he and his junior brother were beaten to such a state without any ability to fight back. The strength of the young man in front of him was simply something he had never seen before in his life. Chapter 24-34. Yang Kai sneered as he stepped down from the void and sneered, "Two pieces of trash. To be able to die under the divine technique of the flowing time Great Emperor, you can die without regrets." The flowing time Great Emperor. Great Emperors. The senior brother had obviously heard of the flowing time Great Emperor's name before, and upon hearing these words, his eyes rolled back in shock as he gasped for breath. However, all he could do was inhale and not exhale, and his head soon tilted to the side as he died. Although this junior brother did not die immediately, he was undoubtedly not much better off. He was on the verge of death, and his aura was extremely weak. At this time, unless he was given an extremely powerful treasure that could restore vitality, such as the immortal source liquid from the immortal tree, he would not be able to survive. A strong sense of remorse flashed through his lifeless eyes. If they had known that Yang Kai was so strong, how could the two of them have provoked this evil star? Soon, the younger brother also died, his eyes wide open, as if he had died with a grievance. With two whooshing sounds, two rays of light suddenly burst out. Yang Kai could clearly see that these two rays of light were the 5-point star seals on the backs of the two dead men's hands. He had seen such a scene before. Back in the Four Seasons realm, he had killed a person with a star seal, and after that person died, his star seal had also flown out like this. After the two 5-point star seals flew out, they did not fly too far away and instead seemed to be attracted by something, circling around Yang Kai a few times before suddenly rushing into the back of his hand. Yang Kai only felt a slight heat on the back of his hand, and when he looked again, the 5-point star seal on the back of his hand seemed to have changed a little, becoming more obvious. He was slightly surprised. He did not know why the star seals of the two dead men had merged with his star seal. Just as he was feeling bewildered and uncertain, the 5-point star seal on the back of his hand suddenly burst into a dazzling light, and then burst apart, turning into specks of starlight. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Previously, when the two brothers wanted to snatch his star seal, he thought that snatching someone else's star seal would bring him great benefits, but the current situation caught him a little off guard. His star seal had actually exploded after fusing with someone else's star seal. What should he do? Although he had already entered the Shattered Star Sea, the significance of star seal certificates no longer existed. However, he could still sense the location of source strength. Without a star seal, how could he search for source strength in this vast shattered star sea? If he had known this earlier, of course, he would have never fused with his star seal. In the next moment, a sudden change occurred. The shattered starlight imprinted itself on the back of Yang Kai's hand again, and after a scorching pain, a brand new star seal appeared before Yang Kai's eyes. He couldn't believe his eyes. After the 5-point star seal on the back of his hand exploded, The starlight gathered again and formed a 6-point star seal. Yang Kai was stunned by the ups and downs of his mood in such a short period of time. He silently sensed for a moment and found that after the 6-point star seal appeared, the connection between it and the broken origin of this broken star was strengthened. It was more obvious than the previous 5-point star seal. Could it be that the higher the grade of the star seal, the stronger the star seal? The easier it is to sense the origin energy? A bold guess suddenly popped up in Yang Kai's mind. Although he couldn't find anyone to verify this guess, from his own experience, it was absolutely credible. Yang Kai recalled the 7 star seals he had obtained in the Four Seasons realm. Among those star seals, there were triangular star seals, prismatic star seals, and pentagonal star seals. When he was in the Four Seasons realm, he had heard Princess Lanzun of Starsoul Palace say that the higher the grade of the star seal, the easier it would be to obtain benefits in the Shattered Star Sea. The higher-ups of the Azure Sun Temple seemed to have mentioned this before. However, no one had explained it to him in detail. Now that he thought about it, the easier it was to obtain benefits. The higher the grade of the star seal, the easier it was to sense the origin energy from a farther place and point the direction and location of the cultivator. Now that his star seal had been upgraded to a 6-point star seal, it was definitely more useful than a 5-point star seal. Lanzun also said that above the 6-point star seal, there were 7-point star seals, 8-pointed star seals, and even the most advanced 9-pointed star seal. But as far as Yang Kai knew, the most advanced star seal obtained by the cultivator in the Four Seasons realm was only a 5-point star seal. He had wondered before how a higher grade star seal could appear, but now it seemed that those higher grade star seals were not obtained naturally, but were upgraded step by step. Killing enemies, obtaining star seals from others, and fusing them with oneself, once a certain critical point was reached, the star seal would explode and recombine, upgrading to the next grade. His 6-point star seal was the best proof of this. The 2 people he had just killed had 5-point star seals, and he also had a 5-point star seal. The 3 5-point star seals fused together and upgraded to a 6-point star seal. In other words, if he could get 2 more 6-point star seals, he could upgrade to a 7-point star seal, and so on. Sooner or later, he would be able to get the highest grade, a 9-pointed star seal. Once he had a 9-pointed star seal, he could sense the origin energy of stars at a very distant location, and there was no need to search aimlessly. This experience suddenly allowed Yang Kai to understand many mysteries about the Shattered Star Sea and star seals. No wonder those 2 wanted to snatch his star seal. It turned out that there was such a reason behind it. Yang Kai suddenly realized. However, if he wanted to upgrade his star seal to a 9-pointed star seal, it would definitely not be an easy task. Just the number of people he would need to snatch his star seal from was unknown. Yang Kai was not a bloodthirsty person who liked to stir up trouble, so he did not have too many demands in his heart. A 6-point star seal could also be used, so why should he pursue the highest grade, a 9-pointed star seal? After standing in place and pondering for a long time, Yang Kai put away his thoughts and bent down to pick up the space rings of the 2 people. Seemingly because of his touch, the corpses of the 2 people suddenly disintegrated, turning into dust that scattered on the ground. Yang Kai was secretly shocked when he saw this. He had just comprehended the divine technique of the flowing time Great Emperor some time ago. Although he knew that the power of this divine technique was definitely not small, because he had never used it before, he did not have much confidence in it. Today, he was just testing it out. He did not expect that with just one move, the 2 cultivator of the same level would be corrupted by the principles of time without being able to fight back. It seemed that the power of this divine technique was still above his expectations. It was indeed worthy of the divine technique of the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor. It was not surprising that it could have such power. Moreover, as Yang Kai's strength improved in the future and his comprehension of this divine technique deepened, its power would continue to increase. In the future, it would definitely become his trump card, just like the space divine technique. Sweeping the 2 people's space rings slightly with his divine sense, Yang Kai could not help but snort coldly because he found that there were many things in the 2 people's space rings that did not belong to them at first glance, including some belonging to women. These 2 had obviously done a lot of killing and robbing. Perhaps during the year that the Shattered Star Sea had been open, they had been working together to kill enemies and rob other people's things and starseals. It was no wonder that both of them had 5-point starseals. Their starseals had probably been upgraded. Who knew how many people had suffered at their hands? Yang Kai casually threw the 2 space rings into the sealed world bead and had his embodiment tidy up the things inside for him. He was the only one left here. Although the source strength of this shattered star was relatively dilapidated, it was still source strength, so Yang Kai naturally had no reason to let it go. After thinking about it, he waved his hand, and the next moment, Hua Qing Sai suddenly appeared in front of him. As soon as Sister Hua appeared, she looked around and her beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. Then, she shouted excitedly, "Young Master Yang, is this the Shattered Star Sea? Sister Hua is really knowledgeable. This is indeed the Shattered Star Sea." Yang Kai smiled slightly, paying close attention to Hua Qing Sai's movements as he spoke. Hua Qing Sai said in a trembling voice, "It's really the Shattered Star Sea. This is the place that a Dao Source Realm cultivator yearns for the most. If you can get an opportunity here, breaking through to the Emperor Realm is absolutely not a problem." While speaking, she looked at Yang Kai strangely and said, "Why are you staring at me so nervously?" Yang Kai said, "Are you feeling uncomfortable? Do you feel like you're being expelled?" Hua Qing Sai was stunned, but soon understood what Yang Kai meant. She smiled slightly and said, "Since you brought me in, then whether I have a star seal or not, I can continue to stay here. Are you afraid that I will be sent out because I don't have a star seal?" Yang Kai nodded. Hua Qing Sai waved her hand and said, "That won't happen. You can rest assured about this. Many cultivators who came to the Shattered Star Sea for life experience have their star seals snatched away, but they can still stay here." Hearing what she said, Yang Kai suddenly slapped his head and scolded himself for being so stupid. If he wanted to inquire about the Shattered Star Sea, couldn't he just ask Hua Qing Sai? She was a disciple of Star Soul Palace, so she definitely knew more than others. He hadn't released Sister Hua during this time and had forgotten about her. However, after confirming that they could stay in the Shattered Star Sea even without a star seal, Yang Kai waved his hand and released Liu Yang and Zhong Ruoxi. Zhong Ruoxi rarely left the sealed world bead, except for breaking through a great realm. This time, when she saw Yang Kai call her out, she couldn't help but look at him curiously, wondering what Yang Kai wanted to do. This is the Shattered Star Sea, a grand event that all the elite cultivator in the entire star boundary will participate in. It is also a great opportunity. Sister Hua, tell us what we need to pay attention to here. Hua Qing Sai nodded. After sorting out her thoughts, she told them all the information she knew. Yang Kai had already speculated most of the information she said, including the upgrade and specific uses of star seals. However, Hua Qing Sai gave a more complete explanation. According to her, when the level of a star seal was high, not only could one sense the location of source strength from a longer distance, they could even sense the location of other low-level star seals. Chapter 2435. In other words, the owner of a high-level star seal could detect the hiding place of a low-level star seal from a long distance. If the level of the star seal was not as good as the others, no matter what kind of mysterious secret technique they used, they would still be found. This characteristic of the star seal made the Shattered Star Sea a bloody scene every time it opened. In order to upgrade their star seal, many cultivator were not stingy with killing. This characteristic of the star seal was quite heaven-defying, which made Yang Kai's face turn solemn. He didn't particularly care about the level of his star seal before. In his opinion, as long as he had enough star seals, there was no need to pursue too many. But now, after listening to Hua Qing Sai, Yang Kai understood that if he wanted to ensure his own safety, the level of his star seal must be high enough. Otherwise, it was very likely that his location would be discovered. This characteristic in disguise promoted the killing and plundering between cultivator. All the cultivator in the Shattered Star Sea, whether they were willing or not, had to find ways to improve their star seal level. These are the uses of the star seal, but I have heard of another legend. Hua Qing Sai's face suddenly turned solemn as she spoke. Zhong Ruo she asked nervously, "What?" Hua Qing-sai looked at young Kai and said, "Legend has it that if you can get the highest level 9-pointed star seal, you can find the inheritance of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, the Great Emperor." "Really?" Young Kai asked with a look of astonishment. Hua Qing-sai pursed her lips and smiled. "This legend has been circulating since the existence of the Shattered Star Sea. No one can verify whether it is true or not because no one has ever been able to upgrade their star seal to the highest level. Naturally, there is no way to prove this point." He paused for a moment. After pausing for a moment, she continued, "But this shouldn't be very attractive to you, young Master Yang." The embodiment cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle method, which was the inheritance of the Great Emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, so young Kai naturally didn't need to pursue this. "It's not that attractive to me, but it's different for others." Young Kai's expression turned serious. He suddenly discovered that in this Shattered Star Sea, the star seal was simply a double-edged sword and the source of all evil blood. It was of great help to the cultivator here. However, because of its various characteristics, it also led to bloody killings between cultivator. If there was no such thing as a star seal, the chances of the cultivator clashing here would be much lower. Of course, not everyone wants to search for the inheritance of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. In this Shattered Star Sea, there are some good things left behind by the other great emperors, which are what we cultivators yearn for. I heard that in the Shattered Star Sea 5,000 years ago, someone found the everlasting green lotus of the great emperors and inherited the mantle of the great emperors of Blue Lotus. What happened to that person now? Liu Yang asked faintly. Hua Qing-sai said, the top sect in the Eastern Territory, Blue Lotus Palace, was founded by that person. That person is also the palace master of Blue Lotus Palace. That person is quite lucky. Yang Kai raised his brow slightly. Luck is an opportunity. Which one of us cultivators doesn't rely on opportunities? Hua Qing-sai said faintly. Yang Kai agreed wholeheartedly. Any cultivator who could cultivate to the Dao Source Realm would need great opportunities. If one's opportunities were deep enough, they would be able to go one step further and pry into the mysteries of the Emperor Realm. If one's opportunities were not enough, then they could only linger in the Dao Source Realm for the rest of their lives. Okay. Let's not talk about this for now. There is some broken source strength here. Let's refine it together, Yang Kai said. Originally, the source strength of stars should be hidden somewhere inside a cultivation star, and it would take a lot of effort just to find it. But now that this cultivation star had been shattered, the broken source strength had dissipated, so there was no need to search for it at all. They just needed to refine and absorb it. Hua Qing-sai and the others nodded and found a place to sit down cross-legged. They silently circulated their secret arts. Yang Kai did the same. Although he didn't care much about the source strength here, what that person said before was right. Many a little makes a mickle, and many grains of sand make a tower. When a quantitative change reached a certain level, it would always lead to a qualitative change. Source strength was a very special kind of power. Refining and absorbing it would not improve a cultivator's strength, but it could bring great benefits to any cultivator. Especially for Hua Qing-sai and the others, they had never refined a source strength before. If they could gain something in the Shattered Star Sea this time, it would definitely be helpful in advancing to the Emperor Realm. Time passed slowly. The four of them were scattered not far away, meditating and interfering with each other. After half a day, Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. He found that the efficiency of refining and absorbing source strength this way was simply too low. The four of them worked together for half a day, but not much source strength had been absorbed here. If they continued like this, it would take at least 10 days to half a month to completely refine the source strength here. If it took this long for 4 people, wouldn't it take 1 to 2 months for one person to refine it? This was too troublesome. He quietly observed Hua Qing-sai and the others and found that they were the same as him. Only Zhongruo she seemed to be refining and absorbing source strength faster. He didn't know if it was related to her bloodline, but there was a limit to how fast she could refine and absorb source strength. What if I throw my embodiment out and let it use the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique to refine this source strength? The characteristic of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique was that it devoured everything in the world, and the source strength here was definitely no exception. Thinking about it, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up. The embodiment had the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique, but he also had another secret technique, one that could be used to refine the source strength of stars. The star refining art. He obtained this secret technique when the Emperor Garden on Shadowed Star opened. Logically speaking, it was a yang inflammation secret technique. Yang Kai was able to refine the source strength of stars on Shadowed Star and become its star master because of this star refining art. Later, he taught the star refining art to his little senior sister, Xia Ningqiang, and Xia Ningqiang also successfully refined the source strength of Tongxian realm stars. From this, it could be seen that the star refining art was definitely a secret technique specifically used to refine the source strength of stars. Isn't it just right to use it here? Yang Kai's mood suddenly became excited, and he no longer hesitated, immediately displaying the star refining art. At first, his surroundings were still untouched, but as time passed, the broken source strength around him was like a cat that smelled blood, rushing towards him to refine and absorb it. After a while, specks of starlight appeared around his body, as if he was surrounded by a large number of fireflies. These specks of starlight contained rich source strength, which was the manifestation of the source strength. Yang Kai's body also became a bottomless pit, not rejecting anything, opening his body and mind to accept the countless specks of starlight. For a moment, the scene was spectacular and extremely dazzling. Hua Qingcai and the others were all alarmed and opened their eyes to look at Yang Kai, their faces full of shock. After Yang Kai's actions, even Zhong Ruo she couldn't absorb any more source strength. All the source strength was absorbed by Yang Kai, and no one could obtain any benefits. After an unknown amount of time, the starlight around Yang Kai gradually thinned and then disappeared. Realizing that there was no longer any trace of source strength in this place, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes with a satisfied look on his face. The three pairs of beautiful eyes on the opposite side all stared at him with grief, as if Yang Kai had abandoned them after taking advantage of them. Yang Kai wiped the sweat from his forehead and said embarrassedly, "I did an experiment, and I didn't expect the results to be so good." Although he had been refining the source strength of stars before, he had some understanding of what was going on around him. He also knew why Hua Qingcai and the others were looking at him strangely. Hua Qingcai asked, "Young Master Yang, what kind of secret art did you use? It only took you half a day to absorb all the source strength here." Star refining art. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Come, I'll teach you. This secret technique is simply tailor-made for this place." Hearing this, the three women's eyes lit up and they quickly came in front of him, sat down cross-legged, and looked at him seriously. Yang Kai immediately began to teach them without holding anything back. The three women listened attentively, and their comprehension was very good. After 2 days, they had thoroughly understood the secret technique. After they had fully grasped the star refining art, Yang Kai set off again and flew towards the cold and empty star field. With the star refining art, he felt that he could make up for the previous year's time. After all, the time it took for others to refine the source strength of stars was incomparable to the time it took for him to do so. His efficiency was much higher than others. 5 days later, Yang Kai found another cultivation star with a fragmented source strength through his star seal. Flying down with Hua Qingcai and the others, Yang Kai absorbed all the source strength here in less than half a day. This was the first time Hua Qingcai and the others had absorbed source strength so efficiently, so they were still a little unsatisfied. For the next month, Yang Kai continued to search and explore the star field and found stars' source strength several times. This month's exploration allowed Yang Kai to deeply experience the wonders of star seals. Often, from a very far distance, Yang Kai could sense the existence of others. Presumably, those people had lower star seals than him, so they couldn't hide their auras. Yang Kai didn't look for trouble with those people and instead focused on searching for source strength. After a month, the 4 of them had a good harvest. On this day, after absorbing the source strength of a cultivation star, Hua Qingcai suddenly walked up to Yang Kai, looking like she wanted to say something but hesitated. Yang Kai looked at her strangely and asked, "What's the matter, Sister Hua?" Hua Qingcai said, "Young Master Yang, I want to act alone." Yang Kai was taken aback and frowned. Is it because the source strength divided among 4 people is too little? Hua Qing-sai shook her head and said, why would I think so? It's just. She turned her head and glanced at the dark void, her beautiful eyes flashing with a strange light. I can feel that this shattered star sea is a place for me to be reborn. There is an opportunity waiting for me somewhere. I want to take a look. Yang Kai raised his brow when he heard this. Hua Qing-sai was now a master at the peak of the Dao Source realm, only 1 step away from advancing to the Emperor realm. For her to have such a feeling at this critical juncture, it was very likely that there really was an opportunity waiting for her. A sudden flash of inspiration in a cultivator's heart was often more effective than 10 or 20 years of secluded cultivation. Chapter 2436. Considering all this, Yang Kai didn't plan to stop her. Perhaps if he let Hua Qing-sai act alone, she would have an unexpected harvest. Moreover, Hua Qing-sai's strength was extraordinary, and she had a 5-colored spear emperor artifact. This emperor artifact was a treasure owned by a master like Yarrow Chang-jun and had long been refined by her, so its power was boundless. An ordinary cultivator shouldn't be her opponent. What Hua Qing-sai lacked now was a star seal. Without a star seal, she couldn't sense the location of source energy and could only search for it aimlessly. Take this with you. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and handed her a space ring. Hua Qing-sai took it and scanned it with her divine sense. She immediately exclaimed, so many source crystals. There was nothing else in this space ring. It was basically filled with source crystals. Although she didn't count them, there were at least 2 million to 3 million, including many high-rank source crystals. In addition to source crystals, there were also various spirit pills personally refined by Yang Kai. If you can really break through the shackles here and advance to the Emperor realm, source crystals are indispensable. The world energy in the shattered star sea is very thin, so don't refuse, Yang Kai said solemnly. Hua Qing-sai clutched the space ring and nodded gently, feeling moved. Thank you, young Master Yang. You are the best person in the world to me. Although she was forced to follow Yang Kai in the beginning and was even suspected of being locked in the sealed world bead by Yang Kai hadn't done anything harmful to her over the past few years. Not only that, she also obtained an extraordinary treasure pill from Yang Kai, which was something that others could only dream of, laying a solid foundation for her future breakthrough to the Emperor realm. She also obtained a 5-colored spear emperor artifact from Yang Kai. Now, Yang Kai had given her between 2 million and 3 million source crystals. In this world, who could treat her so well and give her so many good things? Whether it was the extraordinary treasure pills or the 5-colored spear, they were all treasures that could cause countless masters to fight over them. Even her master in Star Soul Palace could not do this. Hua Qing-sai was really touched. If he could really advance to the Emperor realm in the future, she needed to thank Yang Kai the most. Previously, when she had mentioned her opportunity, she had thought that meeting Kai Yang was a great opportunity in her life. Wasn't that a great opportunity? Sister Hua, you're too kind. Yang Kai smiled. Suddenly, he remembered something and said, don't move. As he spoke, he suddenly extended his hand and tapped Hua Qing-sai's forehead. Although Hua Qing-sai didn't know what he was going to do, she didn't have the slightest intention of guarding against him. She just stood there straight. After a while, Yang Kai tapped her forehead with his finger. In the next moment, Hua Qing-sai's tender body trembled. Suddenly, she felt as if an invisible shackle had been lifted and her whole body relaxed. She instantly understood what Yang Kai had done. He had actually removed the soul brand from her knowledge sea. When she was imprisoned in the sealed world bead by Yang Kai, she was forced to open her knowledge sea. Yang Kai had branded her soul brand. Since then, she could no longer resist Yang Kai and could only obey his orders. But now, Yang Kai had taken the initiative to remove the brand. In other words, she was now free and was no longer bound by Yang Kai. Young Master Yang, you. Hua Qing-sai's beautiful eyes trembled as she looked at him in disbelief. Yang Kai smiled and said, since I want to break through to the Emperor realm, I naturally can't be disturbed in the slightest. Hua Qing-sai pursed her red lips and suddenly stretched out her hand and pointed to the sky. Young Master Yang, you can rest assured. Sister Hua will never reveal any of your secrets in this life. If I violate this oath, I will become the demon race and die. She knew too many of Yang Kai's secrets, whether it was the sealed world bead, the various cards Yang Kai had, or the immortal tree and firmament tree planted in the medicine garden. If these secrets were leaked, Yang Kai would definitely not be able to establish himself in the star boundary in the future. No matter where he went, he would be besieged. She took the initiative to make this great heart demon oath so that Yang Kai wouldn't have to worry about her leaking his secrets. Yang Kai smiled and said, "If I didn't believe you, I wouldn't have removed the brand for you. Sister Hua, you can go now. Be careful." Hua Qing Sai nodded and asked, "If the Shattered Star Sea closes, where should I find you?" "If you want to find me, go to the Thousand Leaves sect." "I will go to the Thousand Leaves sect one day." Kai Yu, Rou, and the others were in the Thousand Leaves sect, so no matter what, Yang Kai would go there again. "Okay, then I'll wait for you there." Hua Qing Sai nodded and stepped forward again. After exchanging a few words with Liu Yang and Zhong Ruoxi, she leaped forward and flew towards the starfield, soon disappearing from sight. Looking in the direction she left, Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief. Over the past few years, Hua Qing Sai had helped him a lot. He didn't have any malicious intentions when he imprisoned Hua Qing Sai back then. It was just that Hua Qing Sai had seen some of his secrets. He had planned to release her freedom after he advanced to the Emperor realm, but now, he had just brought it forward a little. After spending so much time together, Yang Kai felt that Hua Qing Sai's character was trustworthy, so even if Hua Qing Sai hadn't made the Great Heart Oath, he wasn't worried about anything. "Sir." A weak call came from the side. Yang Kai felt someone tugging at his sleeve and turned his head to look, only to see Zhong Ruoxi looking at him expectantly. He asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" "Sir, I. Zhong Ruoxi stammered, unable to finish the word "I" for a long time. Yang Kai frowned. "You don't want to act alone, do you?" He saw Zhong Ruoxi's eager look, so he suddenly had this guess. What he didn't expect was that Zhong Ruoxi actually nodded. Yang Kai was shocked. "Are you sure?" Zhong Ruoxi bit her red lips lightly, took a deep breath, and seemed to summon up her courage. Since leaving the Zhong family, Ruoxi has been cultivating under Sir's wings. "Although I have made some achievements, old ancestor once said that flowers that don't experience wind and rain can't grow. Ruoxi doesn't want to always be a burden to Sir. I also want to become stronger, so I want to try." Yang Kai said with a serious face, "Do you know how dangerous this place is?" Zhong Ruoxi hesitated for a moment, then nodded gently. Yang Kai continued, "Then do you know what kind of people enter this place?" "You are naturally kind and have a pure personality. You have never seen the intrigue of the world. Are you sure you can survive here?" "Ruoxi will try her best." Yang Kai looked at her in a daze. It seemed that this was the first time he had seen another side of Zhong Ruoxi. This seemingly weak girl seemed to have a strong side. "Master, I'll go with her." Liu Yang suddenly interjected, "If Ruoxi and I go together, we can take care of each other. Besides, I also have Xiao Bai, so there shouldn't be any danger here." Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at Liu Yang. Seeing her nod at him, he said, "Is there a problem with Liu Yang going with you?" Zhong Ruoxi said happily, "It's best to have Sister Liu Yang with me." Yang Kai said with a sad look, "Since your wings have hardened, then fly." When he took Zhong Ruoxi with him, this little girl was just a first-order origin returning realm cultivator. But over the years, she had grown to the Dao Source realm. If the Zhong family knew about this, they would be overjoyed. The Zhong family had not produced a Dao Source realm master for many years. Now, the most powerful Zhong family old ancestor was only a second-order origin king. This kind of strength was nothing to be proud of. If Zhong Ruoxi acted alone, Yang Kai would be a little worried. She was probably just like Hua Qing Sai because she wanted to be strong, but she was only a first-order Dao Source realm cultivator after all. Even if she had some special bloodline power, her cultivation was still quite low, and she had no fighting experience. If she really encountered danger, she probably wouldn't be able to resolve it. But if Liu Yang went with her, there would be no problem. Not to mention that Liu Yang had a heaven-grade puppet like Xiao Bai, Liu Yang's own strength was also top-notch in the Dao Source realm. Not to mention, she also had the Annihilation Thunder Bead. Although Zhong Ruoshi's strength was lower, she had the Pink Cloud's Phoenix Robe. As long as the two were careful, there should be no danger. Hearing Yang Kai's words, Zhong Ruoshi waved her hand in panic. "Sir, you misunderstood. Ruoshi didn't mean that." Liu Yang said, "Don't mind it. Master was just saying it casually." Yang Kai handed a space ring to Liu Yang and said, "Take these things with you. They are the same as Sister Hua's. If the Shattered Star Sea closes one day and we can't be together, go to Thousand Leaves Sect and wait." Liu Yang took the space ring and nodded, "I will remember." "Go." Yang Kai waved his hand. Zhong Ruoshi pursed her red lips and suddenly knelt in front of Yang Kai, prostrating herself on the ground. "Ruoshi will always remember Sir's kindness and will never forget it. Sir, you must be safe by yourself. Ruoshi will be filial to you in the future. Get up. It's not like we are parting forever. We will meet again." Yang Kai bent down and helped her up. "Let's go," Liu Yang said and took Zhong Ruoshi's little hand, pushing her with his source chi and flying towards the starfield. After a while, the two women disappeared. "They're all gone." Yang Kai stood in place and murmured, feeling inexplicably melancholy. Although he had been alone all these years, because the small sealed world was still somewhat lively, he didn't feel too lonely. Now that Hua Qing Sai, Liu Yang, and Zhong Ruoshi had all left, he felt a little uncomfortable, as if something was missing. However, he also knew that although it was safe for everyone to gather together, the harvest was also small. Now that he had passed on the star refining art to them, they would definitely gain more if they split up and acted separately. Perhaps this was part of the reason why they wanted to leave. They didn't want to drag him down and share his benefits. Just as Yang Kai was feeling disappointed, he suddenly realized that the embodiment was calling him. He quickly broke the barrier of the sealed world bead and connected with the embodiment. "You don't want to act alone, do you?" Although the embodiment's sentience was formed by a wisp of his soul clone, with the continuous improvement of the embodiment's strength and the fusion of the soul clone and the embodiment was now a special existence. It couldn't be regarded as Yang Kai's embodiment. It had its own thoughts and ideas. Of course, if the two were willing, their minds could be linked and they could know what the other was thinking without communicating. Chapter 2437. The embodiment laughed and said, "With my size, how can it be convenient for me to move around alone?" Yang Kai snorted, "At least you have some self-awareness." The embodiment said, "I saw that you were lonely, so I wanted to chat with you." The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. "What's the difference between this and me talking to myself?" That being said, Kai Yang quickly sorted out his mood, the slight trace of disappointment and frustration he originally felt disappearing without a trace. "There's one thing I haven't told you," the embodiment suddenly said in a serious tone. "What is it?" Yang Kai asked. The embodiment said, "I feel that my cultivation seems to have reached a bottleneck." Yang Kai said, "On the path of cultivation, bottlenecks and shackles are often encountered. It's not your first day of cultivation, this is common sense." Before he finished speaking, Yang Kai suddenly realized that something was wrong. The embodiment also continued, "But logically speaking, there shouldn't be any bottlenecks for a cultivation method like the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. You have studied this cultivation method, so you should understand." Yang Kai nodded. Back then, after Wu Mengshan taught him the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's cultivation method, he did study it carefully. At that time, he felt that this cultivation method was too heaven-defying. There was nothing in the world that could not be devoured by it as long as there was spiritual energy. Moreover, there would not be any bottlenecks in cultivation, so he did not dare to cultivate it. But now, the embodiment had encountered a bottleneck, which was undoubtedly extremely abnormal. "I have a feeling that this bottleneck can't be broken through by cultivation and opportunity. Could it be that the cultivation method that Wu Mengshan taught you back then was not complete?" Hearing this, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel suspicious. If the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's cultivation method that Wu Mengshan taught him back then was not complete, then, The situation that the embodiment encountered could be explained reasonably. It was just that Yang Kai couldn't figure it out. Why did Wu Mengshan teach him this cultivation method? If it was to repay Yang Kai for saving his life, then the price was too high. This cultivation method was known as the #1 cultivation method in the star boundary. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor relied on this cultivation method to ascend to the throne of the star boundary's masters. Even the masters of the Emperor realm coveted this cultivation method very much. Now that he thought about it, there were many doubts about what happened back then. After this trip to the Shattered Star Sea, let's go to the Blue Feather Sect and ask Wu Mengshan. Yang Kai first, he made a decision. In the past, he was afraid of Wu Mengshan. Firstly, the other party's background was not small. Wu Mengshan was the descendant of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, so he always had some trump cards in his hands. Secondly, it was because Yang Kai's strength was inferior to the other parties. But the situation was no longer the same as before. Among the cultivator of the same level, Yang Kai did not need to be afraid of anyone. Even if Wu Mengshan really broke through to the Emperor realm over the years, Yang Kai had the confidence to fight him. In the starfield, Yang Kai shuttled back and forth. It had been nearly a month since he separated from Hua Qing Sai and the others. During this time, his harvest was SOSO. He relied on the 6-point star seal. Yang Kai could sense some source strength fluctuations every few days. All the power of origin that he encountered was refined by him and his avatar. The embodiment also had star's source strength. The reason why its body was so huge was that it had fused with a floating continent. The floating continent had long given birth to source strength, so it was naturally fused with it. He did not gain much source strength, but he encountered more than a dozen people who were looking for trouble. Because of the special function of the star seal, the cultivator in the Shattered Star Sea often fought as soon as they met. Yang Kai naturally showed no mercy to these people and killed them all. However, the 6-point star seal showed no signs of upgrading, just a little brighter. On this day, Yang Kai once again sensed a trace of source strength fluctuations. Echoing with the 6-point star seal on the back of his hand, he immediately changed direction and rushed towards the source of the source strength fluctuations. Before he reached the place, Yang Kai sensed two slightly different power fluctuations. He was very familiar with this kind of fluctuation, which was obviously a reaction between star seals. In other words, two people should have already arrived at the source of the source strength. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment, but he did not change direction and accelerated forward. Soon, he came to a huge meteorite. This meteorite was at least several thousand meters in radius. It lay in the star field, motionless, and its surface was flat and smooth. This meteorite was obviously a part of a cultivation star that had been shattered. Such things could be found everywhere in the Shattered Star Sea, and there were simply too many to count. What surprised Yang Kai was that the source strength he sensed before was coming from this meteorite. In other words, this meteorite contained the source strength of a broken star, and it was not too thin. This was strange. The broken sources he had encountered before were all from some broken cultivation stars. This was the first time he had encountered a meteorite with source strength. At this moment, there were already two people on this meteorite, a man and a woman, both of whom were second-order Dao Source Realm cultivators. This man and woman seemed to be fighting each other for the source strength here. It was unknown how long they had been fighting. When Yang Kai arrived here, both of them were panting and their auras were unstable. They were undoubtedly arrows at the end of their flight. The man on the left was wearing clothes that Yang Kai was familiar with. He was about 30 years old and had a fierce look on his face. The woman on the right had a graceful figure and a sharp and thin face. She gave off a sharp and unkind feeling. Moreover, the aura she gave off was extremely uncomfortable and cold. This kind of cold was different from the cold brought about by the ice attribute secret arts cultivated by the disciples of Iceheart Valley. It was a cold that made people instinctively reject it, as if it did not belong to this world. The two of them were fighting fiercely when Yang Kai suddenly appeared, startling them. They jumped back and stared at Yang Kai vigilantly. After sweeping Yang Kai with their divine senses and discovering that he was a third-order Tao Source Realm cultivator, the expressions of the man and woman suddenly became solemn. They were only second-order cultivators and could be considered evenly matched, but if they were to face Yang Kai in their current state, they definitely had no chance of winning. Yang Kai glanced at the two of them indifferently, his eyes moving to the back of their hands. He found that both of them had 5-point star seals. He did not know if they had obtained them from killing people or if they had already obtained them. However, with Yang Kai's understanding of star seals, there were not many 5-point star seals that were naturally formed. Most of them were triangular and prismatic star seals. For these two to have 5-point star seals, they must have killed many people in the Shattered Star Sea. Neither of them are good people. Yang Kai coldly snorted in his heart. Seeing Yang Kai standing there without saying a word, the two of them felt a mountain-like pressure. The woman seemed to be unable to bear such silence and suddenly squeezed out a smile and nodded to Yang Kai in a friendly manner. But before she could say anything, the other man cupped his fists and interrupted her. "Friend, this one is Guan Qi, a disciple of the Eastern Territory's Seeking Passion sect. How should I address this friend?" Seeking Passion sect. Yang Kai raised his brow, a look of realization appearing on his face. He had been wondering why the other party's clothes looked familiar, but it turned out that he was a disciple of the Seeking Passion sect. Thinking of the Seeking Passion sect, Yang Kai thought of Feng Shi and Feng Xian. Both of them were shameless guys. The old one liked to bully the young while the young one liked to bully the weak. When Yang Kai first entered the Shattered Star Sea, he suffered a big loss at Feng Shi's hands. That Emperor Authority bead almost cost him half his life, so he naturally did not have a good impression of the Seeking Passion sect. Seeing Yang Kai's reaction, Guan Qi raised his brow and asked, "Friend, are you also from the Eastern Territory?" Yang Kai coldly snorted, "It's none of your business whether I'm from the Eastern Territory or not." His words were so rude that Guan Qi felt a little embarrassed. Although he was only a second-order Tao Source Realm cultivator, which was lower than Yang Kai's, he was an elite disciple of the Seeking Passion sect. Being able to enter the Shattered Star Sea already showed that his aptitude was extraordinary. If it were outside, he wouldn't need to put the third-order Tao Source Realm in his eyes. As long as he reported his name, there would be countless people from the third-order Tao Source Realm who would want to kneel before him. But now, he had just fought a great battle and his strength was less than half of his peak. Yang Kai didn't seem to be easy to talk to, so he didn't dare to provoke him. He could only swallow his anger and suppress his anger. On the other side, seeing that Yang Kai didn't give Guan Qi any face, the woman's nervous mood suddenly relaxed. She was really afraid that Yang Kai and Guan Qi knew each other, or that he had some kind of relationship with the Seeking Passion sect in the Eastern Territory. If that was the case, she could only run away immediately. The current situation was undoubtedly what she wanted to see, so she laughed out loud and said, "Seeking Passion sect, who do you think you are? How dare you show up in the Shattered Star Sea? You really don't know how long your face is." First, he was choked by Yang Kai, and now, he was mocked by this woman. Guan Qi's face suddenly turned ugly. The woman ignored him and instead bowed to Yang Kai, looking at Yang Kai with watery eyes and said softly, "Junior sister, Eastern Territory's Netherworld sect's disciple, Yu Ying, greets this big brother." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and shouted, "Netherworld sec." Yu Ying froze for a moment, not knowing why Yang Kai had such a big reaction, so she asked cautiously, "This big brother seems to have heard of our Netherworld sect?" Yang Kai took a deep breath and tried to calm his excitement before nodding with a smile, "I've heard of it, of course I've heard of it. The Netherworld sect's name resounds like thunder, so how could I not have heard of it?" On the other side, when Guan Qi heard Yang Kai's words, his nose almost crooked from anger. Previously, when he reported that he was a disciple of the Seeking Passion sect, Yang Kai only said, "It's none of your business." Now, when this woman reported that she was from the Netherworld sect, he actually said something like resounding like thunder. The difference between before and after was simply too big. Looking at the entire star boundary, the Netherworld sect and the Seeking Passion sect were both top sects and leaders in their respective territories, so their status should be equal. However, Yang Kai's completely different reaction made Guan Qi feel deeply insulted. For a moment, He was so angry that he couldn't wait to rush forward and kill this shameless couple. Chapter 2438. In Guanqi's opinion, Yang Kai was definitely the kind of guy who was lustful as if his life depended on it. When he saw a beautiful woman, his legs would go soft. Him currying favor with this woman in front of him was definitely because he had taken a fancy to her beauty. This woman was also not a good person. When they first met here, she had flirted with him, wanting him to give her the star sauce here, but after he refused, they had started fighting. Now, she had turned around and started throwing flirtatious glances at Yang Kai. She was simply shameless to the extreme, without any integrity or sense of shame. Yu Ying smiled and asked, "Does this brother have some kind of relationship with my netherworld sect?" Although she seemed to be asking casually, it showed how meticulous her thoughts were. Because she knew that she could not trust anyone in this shattered star sea. Yang Kai's words were like thunder to her ears, so how could she believe that this person had no malice towards her? She needed to find out more before she could be sure that the other party would not make things difficult for her. Otherwise, she really would not be a match for someone from the third-order Dao Source realm. Naturally, there is a relationship. Yang Kai smiled slightly, seeing through Yu Ying's careful thoughts. He pondered for a moment and said, "I come from the territory of Great Desolate Star. I don't know if you have heard of me." Yu Ying heard this and her beautiful eyes could not help but light up as she exclaimed, "Great Desolate Star Territory?" Yang Kai laughed and said, "Since this junior sister has heard of Great Desolate Star Territory, you should be very familiar with brother Yin Lisheng, right? Yin Lisheng came from Great Desolate Star Territory, and like Liu Xianyun, the two of them were overlords of Great Desolate Star Territory." Yang Kai did not expect that he would actually meet someone from the Eastern Territory's Netherworld sect in this shattered star sea. Or rather, he did think about it. He just did not expect things to be so simple. Before he set off from Thousand Leaves sect, he wanted to go to Eastern Territory's Netherworld sect to find Yin Lisheng and inquire about Xiao Xiao's whereabouts. Unfortunately, life was not as it seemed. Before he reached the Eastern Territory, he was swept into the solitary void-sealed world and then teleported to the Northern Territory, ruining his plans. At this time, he suddenly met someone from Netherworld sect. Yang Kai was naturally pleasantly surprised. He didn't know if Yin Lisheng had come to the Shattered Star Sea. If he was here, Yang Kai felt that he could inquire about Yin Lisheng's whereabouts from Yu Ying. If he wanted to find Xiao Xiao, he could only start with Yin Lisheng. For a moment, the way Yang Kai looked at Yu Ying changed. His eyes were full of passion. Yu Ying obviously noticed this and showed a shy expression at the right time. She whispered, "Brother Yin, he's very good to me." "Brother?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. He asked in surprise. It had only been 6 or 7 years since Yin Lisheng came to the star boundary from the Great Desolate Stars territory. Even if he had joined the Netherworld sect in the Eastern Territory, he shouldn't have been promoted to someone else's brother so quickly. This Yu Ying was a second-order Dao Source realm cultivator, and she called Yin Lisheng brother. Didn't that mean that Yin Lisheng's cultivation was higher than Yu Ying's? Naturally, it's brother. Yu Ying pursed her lips and smiled. Although brother Yin hasn't been in our sect for long, his aptitude is outstanding. Our sect's master personally accepted him. Not long before the Shattered Star Sea opened, he was promoted to the third-order Dao Source realm. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air when he heard this. Yin Lisheng was promoted to the third-order Dao Source realm? How long had it been? Yang Kai thought that his cultivation speed was fast enough, but Yin Lisheng wasn't bad either. He was basically on par with Yang Kai. Compared to the current cultivation of Ari Ou, Kai Yu, and the others, Yin Lisheng's progress was simply terrifying. Yu Ying smiled and said, "Brother Yin is a star master who came from the territory of a lower star. He is also a disciple of our sect's sect master and has a lot of cultivation resources. But even so, it's a miracle that he was promoted to the third-order Dao Source realm in such a short time. When he joined our sect, Junior Sister was also in the first-order Dao Source realm, but now, haha." As she spoke, her expression was slightly gloomy, as if she was ashamed of her inferiority compared to Yin Lisheng's progress. Brother Yin's aptitude is extraordinary, and he is the person I admire the most in my life. Now that I learned that he has been promoted to the third order Dao Source realm, it's really a cause for celebration." Yang Kai suppressed the disgust in his heart and flattered. Yu Ying also seemed to have eliminated the suspicion and vigilance in her heart, because the fact that he could mention the territory of the Great Desolate Star and Yin Lasheng already showed that the relationship between Yang Kai and Yin Lasheng was not shallow. Otherwise, he would never know such secret information. "Isn't this brother also in the third order Dao Source realm? Junior sister sees that you are not inferior to brother Yin at all," Yu Ying said with a smile. "I dare not compare myself to brother Yin. I was able to cultivate to this point because I had an extraordinary opportunity. If I cultivated down-to-earth, how could I compare to brother Yin's heaven-defying aptitude? Back when I was in the territory of the Great Desolate Star, I received a lot of guidance and grace from him, and it was because of him that I came to this star boundary. I planned to join your noble sect with him, but unfortunately, the Starlight Corridor collapsed and I was teleported to the Southern Territory, so I never had the opportunity to pay my respects to your noble sect." "You were going to join our sect?" Yu Ying looked at Yang Kai in surprise and asked, "Why haven't I heard brother Yin mention this before?" Listening to her tone, it seemed that she was very familiar with Yin Lasheng. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Brother Yin probably thought I was dead. After all, I was seriously injured at that time, but it was a blessing in disguise. Not only did I not die, but I also obtained a great opportunity. So that's how it is." Yu Ying didn't doubt anything and nodded. Yang Kai suddenly changed the topic and asked, "By the way, is brother Yin also in the Shattered Star Sea now?" "He is. Our sect sent 12 people this time, so brother Yin naturally has a spot," Yu Ying replied. "Great." Yang Kai shouted excitedly, "All these years, I have always wanted to go to the Eastern Territory to find brother Yin, but the journey is too far, so I didn't expect to meet junior sister Yu in this Shattered Star Sea. Don't you think this is fate?" Yu Ying giggled and said, "It is junior sister's blessing to meet brother here. By the way, how should I address you, brother?" "Fengde, my name is Fengde," Yang Kai replied. Fengde indeed existed. He was a bald man who, like Liu Xianyun, followed Yin Lasheng in the Starlight Corridor, but was later killed by Yang Kai. However, since Yang Kai wanted to pretend to be someone from the Great Desolate Star's territory, he might as well use his name. Yang Kai wondered what kind of expression Yin Lasheng would have when he heard that Fengde had come back from the dead. "Greetings, brother Feng." After chatting with Yang Kai, Yu Ying was no longer so cautious and instead became familiar with him. Her eyes turned slightly as she asked, "Brother Feng, are you still interested in joining our sect? Or does brother already have a sect?" Yang Kai said, "What sect? I did join a small sect before, but it was later destroyed, and since then, I have been alone." Saying so, he looked at Yu Ying expectantly and said, "I really want to join your noble sect, but unfortunately, I can't see brother Yin, and no one can introduce me to him, so I dare not take the liberty to ask." Yu Ying smiled and said, "This matter is easy to handle. After this matter is over, I will take you to brother Yin and the others. When you see brother Yin, you can tell him yourself. I believe he will not refuse you." "Really?" Yang Kai asked with joy. "Why would junior sister lie to you?" Yu Ying smiled faintly and leaned her tender body slightly towards Yang Kai. A rich fragrance wafted from her body as she said meaningfully, "Senior brother Feng, when you join our sect in the future, please take care of this little sister." Yang Kai suddenly showed a look of fascination and nodded repeatedly, "If I can really join your noble sect, junior sister you will be my great benefactor. This Feng will not treat you as an outsider." Yu Ying giggled and said, "Then, I will thank brother Feng in advance." The two of them chatted enthusiastically, and Bian Guanche's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. When Yang Kai said that he was from the Grand Desolation Starfield, he had already realized that something was wrong. Later, this pair of adulterous man and woman became more and more excited as they talked, like a tortoise looking at a mung bean, giving him a sense of crisis. At this moment, the two of them were calling each other brother and sister. Obviously, they were about to become a family, causing Guanqi to panic. He might not be able to defeat Yu Ying alone, but with Yang Kai here, he had absolutely no chance of winning. Moreover, Judging from Yang Kai's previous attitude, he didn't seem to have a good impression of the Seeking Passion sect. What benefit could he, a Seeking Passion sect disciple, get in front of him? Guan Qi wanted to escape, but he didn't dare to act rashly, lest he arouse the killing intent of these two. But if he didn't leave at this time, what could he do? Thinking of this, Guan Qi gritted his teeth, cupped his fists, and said, "You two take your time, this Guan will take his leave first." Saying so, his figure flickered and he was about to retreat. Yu Ying, who was talking to Yang Kai with a smile on her face, suddenly showed a cold expression and screamed, "Where do you think you're going?" As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her hand and a gloomy ghost claw shot towards Guan Qi. This ghost claw exuded an extremely evil aura and was extremely cold. Guan Qi's face changed and he raised his hand, sending out countless fist shadows. With a series of rumbling sounds, the two exchanged a single blow, but they were evenly matched. However, Guan Qi was blocked by Yu Ying, so he couldn't leave even if he wanted to. "Brother Feng." Yu Ying suddenly called out to Yang Kai in a coquettish manner, shaking his arm and stomping her feet as she said, "This person is bullying me, why don't you do something about it?" Yang Kai felt goosebumps all over his body and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Suppressing the disgust in his heart, he coldly snorted and said, "Boy, you dare bully junior sister you must be tired of living." Although he didn't like Seeking Passion sex people, he had no enmity with this Guan Qi, so there was no reason for him to kill him as soon as they met. What's more, he didn't like being used as a tool. Yu Ying obviously wanted to borrow his strength to deal with Guan Qi, which made Yang Kai feel a little uncomfortable. Therefore, although he had a fierce look on his face, he didn't have the slightest murderous intent. Guan Qi gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Feng, I was the first to discover this source qi, but this young lady wanted to snatch it from me. I had a disagreement with her, so we fought. Now that she is not injured, this Guan doesn't want this source qi. I just want to leave. I hope this friend can help me." You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.